Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Ooh, there we go. It's Saturday night. I feel all right. You know why? You know why? That's still delayed. Okay, well, rebooting didn't help. I guess we'll figure that out later. I got power. I've got power again. Yay. How's everyone doing? And the overlay's already bugging out. We just started the stream and everything's broken already. A little bit of a mad dash. I forgot, I leave everything on, right? I always have the computer on. The cameras I turn off and whatever. But at least they got me, they're inside. I don't keep them out here, it gets too hot in the garage. So for those that don't know, we got rocked by a pretty bad storm here Thursday night. And we were without power for like 16 hours. So obviously there wasn't a stream yesterday. So the community challenge stream that was supposed to be yesterday is getting pushed to probably next Saturday. I would normally do it on the Friday. However, because of the wifey's work schedule, I'll only have like 2 hours and there's a lot of entries. So I'd rather do it on the Saturday night where I can always run long. Then do it on the Friday. So that will be Friday, or Saturday will be the community contest maker up stream. So we'll be doing that on next Saturday. So that's that. I've got power now, as you could tell, but I completely forgot that everything turned off, including my home server, my Unraid server. So like, I'm trying to launch the stream and it's like OBS is erroring out because like all the, you know, like this and then the intro and even the dancing baby that doesn't exist in the corner, that's all saved on my server. So I had to go like spool up the server, like turn it on and then start up the raid and everything 2 minutes before going live. Cause I'm like, why isn't it? Oh, I got to start that up. So yeah, Sean Fritz, thank you for becoming a member, and Tank Erden. Gifted 5 community memberships. Cheers. So yeah, and also it's Sanity's birthday, or it was Sanity's birthday yesterday or today. Depends on where you live in the world, but everyone wish Sanity happy birthday. I'm pretty sure it's her birthday. So yeah, at least if I was paying attention in Discord. I don't know. I haven't had power in a little while, and I've been playing Armored Core since I got power back. So yeah, it's fun. What are we doing today? What are we Oh, we're gonna make this move, hopefully, maybe. We'll see. So yeah, so today is part 4 of the Ultimaker build, which it's funny, this thing takes a little bit, you know, almost as long as a Prusa to build, which is like the Prusa build series. Now, granted, the Prusa build series was 3 and it was done. This one, we got to do the electrical. I don't know how long the electrical is going to take. I don't think it's going to take too long. But that's all we have left is electrical. And then I've got a version of Cura from 2012 downloaded, ready to go. And yeah, open the Apollo, you told me to open it earlier. And it's inside because it's too hot in the garage and they would all melt. Well, if you want, no, that's not the button I meant to hit. Yeah, 2012 Cura. Well, it's an Ultimaker, right? Like it's literally the slicer for this printer. What kind of bed is this? The finest slab of acrylic that money could buy. As for heating, this bed actually uses an ingenious system. You want to know how this bed heats? It's easy. It doesn't even need a thermistor. What you do is you get one of these like temperature thingies you put in your room. So see how it says 25.5 Celsius? That's how hot the bed is, because it's literally just a slab of acrylic. So yeah, and it's got blue tape.
Dada.
You got to go to bed. Say goodnight. Okay. Hey. Don't play with the camera. Okay. Good night. Silly little man. Okay, so where were we at? We got this all installed, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, so all we have left is the electrical. Are we gonna clipperize it? Yes, yes, we will be doing a whole thing on this. But for now, it is 100% original. That is the whole point of this, is 100% original at first. And then we'll get into doing finagling and upgrading later. So this is where we're at right now. So yes, so I've got, thanks to, actually, ooh, we gotta do the thing. To win Polymaker, link in video description. There you go, okay. Pin message, there you go. You should be able to enter it. Every stream we give away a spool of filament, but it's not Polymaker. It is Printed Solid. David from Printed Solid hooked me up with some of this stuff because, you know, this eats 2.85 and wow, that is a delay. Thick with 2 C's. It's thick with 2 C's. 2.85, the old outdated stuff that we don't use no more for very good reasons. So that's what this thing eats. So thank you to Printed Solid for hooking us up with that. But also, or there was something else I can't remember. Yeah, he sent a whole spool of it, and I got kind of screwed because it was a whole case of filament, and he hooked me up with it. You know, thank you, David. But I had to pay the taxes and duties on 8 spools of filament, like retail price, and I got. Yeah, Canadian government really had fun with me that day. Anyways, okay. We're gonna need a 2mm hex key and a tiny flat screwdriver. Hopefully I don't have to like take a file to anything. Oh, is David here? Hi, David. Hi, David. Back in my day, I went in the garage and got the weed whipper, and I just took the nylon filament out of the weed whipper and I used that in my printer. Okay, controller board. So I guess we can flip this on its side here, because I can't flip it face down, really. Actually, where is my weed whacker? It's over there. Do you call it a weed whicker? See, for us, it's a weed whipper or a weed whacker. But I've also heard weed whipper, and I've also heard edge trimmer, which that one's not as fun. So I've got all my wires here. All my end stops. $3 a kilogram. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Only really, who uses 3mm still? You got Ultimaker and Lulzbot, 2 companies that are stuck in 2012. There's all our wires, and then I got these on the back here. Okay. So we got our controller board, standoffs, and those standoffs, and 4 M330s. So let's get our controller board. And for our controller board, we've got this. So this is the, what is it even called? It's just called Ultimaker PCB 1.57. Version 1.5.7. Yeah. It takes anywhere 16 to 20 volts VDC. It's got a power switch. It's got an Arduino Mega on the back. There's the actual brains of it, our Arduino Mega. Is it a Ramps? No, it's older than a Ramps, I believe. Or it's like same design like Legacy as ramps. I don't know. It's old. So this just attaches to there. Okay. So where's the front? So I got to put this on its other side. So I'm going to orientate this the same way as that, just so when I'm doing everything, I can just look at the pictures. So M330s go through, then spacers, then tube. Good old tube. I like tube. M330s. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm in London for TennoCon was in London? Why? Like I don't play Warframe at all. I know of Warframe. I'm just, why in London, Ontario? Are they in London? Like, is the studio in London? Huh. That's where they're located. Oh, I did not know that. Cool. I did not know that. I mean, it doesn't affect me in any way. I don't play that game at all. But that's cool to see, you know. Shout out to fellow Canadians. Okay, I'm gonna have to like do this the other one second. Never get into Warframe. I think I downloaded it once. Kind of like the, you know, like at one point I also downloaded like Path of Exiles. Am I putting this in? Oh wait, it would help if I would install this the right way around. Like I tried to play Path of Exiles once and I played it for like a little bit and then I stopped. Just not my cup of tea. There we go. There we go. We got these spacers that go on. So you don't put them in tight because you got to like slide it up so all the connections go through the holes. That looks like very awkward mounting system. It is! It is! You know, it'd be nice if it was like just a printed bracket that you just screwed it to, but you know. Printed brackets, extruded aluminum, unknown technology. Yep. Ding-a-ling. Somebody bought some merch. Woo! Go buy some Only Menchie's merch. I gotta get more stuff in the store before Earth. I'm going to Earth. I've got a sponsor for it. Earth is a go. I'm still, I need to figure out how to make Smurf work. If you are a company that is going and are up for sponsoring, let me know. I'd be interested. We'll work something out. Okay, so this is gonna be annoying. I gotta Try to slide this whole thing up. Come on. Okay, that's all we get. So I do have an on-off switch. I wish they had engraved which is on, what is off. I don't know. There we go. So you got USB-A, you got a big fat USB-A cable, you got a power jack on the side, and you have a rocker switch for on-off. So, you know, that's cool. So we mount that. And then I have to put this together. Okay. Prepare the electronic cooling system. Okay, so we need this, 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 and some nuts and screws. Hey, Steve. Actually, let me put chat to live chat. Did I miss a gifted membership thing? PF Dennis gifted 10 community memberships. I don't know if I called that out. If I did, cool. If I didn't, I'm doing it now. Okay. So this goes. So this fan is a 24 volt fan, and it goes like this. Okay. M330s, M3 nuts. I'm gonna sneeze. There we go. I don't know if I hit the mute in time. What size is that fan? Yes. It is a... It's a fan. Okay, so we put that in, and then we have to make this. Okay, so folding that. So now we do some arts and crafts here, kids. So that goes like this. Okay, so this folds down. And then that folds. Oh, this is, where are those little tweezers I had at? Okay, origami time. Yeah, it's origami time. You know, this doesn't quite look exactly like what I've got. Yeah, mine looks different than this. Why does mine look different than this? Okay. I don't think they... Yeah, whatever. That's that. That's that. Yeah, if you have a pair of pliers that like, there's like really little tabs that are kind of annoying, this helps a lot. Okay. So how does this work? So this... I don't know how this works. Okay, so this goes like that. And it... Oh, okay, I see. It goes... So this goes up top. Are you supposed to go in? Yeah, it goes in. Yeah. This is so dumb. Okay. And then you sandwich it with that. With M312s, I think. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, 1 minute here while I totally make a complete butt of myself trying to line everything here up. Because this doesn't make a lick of sense. Okay. That does that, that does that. Okay, and what are you supposed to be doing? Okay. Are you supposed to be... Okay, you go down like that. Okay, you come through here. You are not long enough. It says M312s, but they're not long enough. Okay, whatever. This makes no sense. I don't get this. Okay, so it's supposed to... Why did I put tape on it? You put tape to isolate it. Okay. So apparently I gotta smush this in more. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, mine looks weird. Is that these tabs are supposed to be like to pinch it, right? But I've got way too much air bleed for that to make sense. Unless these are supposed to go... The lead persuader, yeah. When in doubt, concussive force. No, you go under there. Yeah, you go there, you go there. Okay. You go there, you go there. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna use the old trick of just just jam it in, and then it'll be a future me problem. Until that point, okay, these are not M312s. Oh yeah, this kit doesn't have enough M312s, that's right. That's right, remember? I member, do you member? I member. Photo in the Discord. Yeah, okay, so I got it right now. Yeah, I got it right now. Okay. Yeah. Remember the Death Star? Guess I'm gonna take this one out, that's too long. Am I gonna clipperize it? I mean, yes. For everyone that asks me if I'm going to clipperize it, that's one more week I delay clipperizing it. Of course, the very last one is not going to be a button head. Last two. And then it tells you to cover this with tape to isolate it. Like, it's like legit. Putting tape on the hex nuts. So I've got Captain tape, but that's downstairs. So we're gonna use some good old blue. And hope we don't, nothing gets shorted. Back in my day, this was advanced engineering. $1,000 printer kit, kiddies. Remember, this is what $1,000 got you back in the day. Make sure to cover your screws with the blue tape so you don't short anything by accident. Fabrico Shammy gifted 1 community membership. Cheers. There we go. There's our fan duct assembly. I guess you can call it that. It's literally got cutouts for the drivers. Oh my God, that's literally how it goes. Oh God. Okay. That's, oh God. The horror. The horror. Okay. If you have to perform this action, it will prevent unwanted air leaks. Oh, it's to prevent unwanted air leaks. Tape the tiny gaps around the air cooling sheet. Okay. I will do that too. Actually, I would get aluminum tape, but we're too good for that. We're too good for aluminum tape. Aluminum tape's too good for us. So we're gonna use high quality blue to ensure that we don't have any leaks. We don't want leaks. Leaks are bad, okay? The only leaks we like are the ones that spin. Yeah. Well, the blue tape's to help with cooling, right? Blue tape is better cooling. That's how it works, right? And considering these are, you know, good old A4988s that are going to be pushed to the limit, we need to ensure we have the best cooling available, right? We spare no expense. There we go. There we go. This is a marvel of modern engineering, right? $1,000 kit. Okay, $1,000 kit here. Okay. Oop. Okay. What do I got? Oh, something's bumping my foot and it's this mat. Okay. Connecting the heater. Okay. Connect the heater. Perform the following actions. Connect the white heater wire to the element heater on the terminal. See image 25. Okay. So I'm assuming that is the hot end heater because there's only one heater. All I have at the tool head is a fan wire, a thermistor, and a heater. Yeah, there's only 3 things. It's a lot simpler when you don't have a probe, right? Okay, so we got this. Where does this come in the back? Does it just, do I just do that? Like, is there supposed to be a way to do this? Is there an optimal wire path for these? Or am I just YOLOing it? Like, I got no problem YOLOing it if it's required, but does it literally, hole in the back? But what hole in the back? Like, this hole? So I run it here and then I go down and in? Is that how it goes? So they come in here. And, oh, and then I run it down like the little sleeve? Yeah, okay. And then they'll come out there, okay. Put stickers on it to make it faster. Oh, of course, of course. I'm just putting tape on it because these are bare wires. Okay, so now these got to go through this little thing. Yeah. So, this is where I'm going to deviate a little bit. because I don't mind deviating certain things when it comes to, you know, adding a little bit of extra safety. And ferrules are one of those things. I am going to crimp some ferrules on here, if I can find my crimping tool. Because they're ferrules. And you know what? I don't like this. So I'm gonna put some ferrules on here. So. Just to help it keep it a little bit cleaner. I think these are the only wires that use ferrules or have these little terminals on them, so I'm not too concerned. Because everything else I think is just a plug. Okay, so this connects to this one. Connect the white wires of the heater element to the terminals of heater 1 output. Heater 1. Okay, so it's this one. Remember how I had to file down that thing? I don't think I have to use that. I think I can use a slightly bigger one. BLD, $10. I think you need a beer. I won't say no to a beer. However, I do have some whiskey here that we will be partaking in later, I believe. It's actually going pretty well. If anything, I'm more flustered just because it's warm in here. Okay, so you go in here. So the only problem is putting these on kind of take up a bit more room, but I'd rather have them on than not. That's heater 1. We still have to put the screen together too. And there's heater 2. Okay, so those are the 2 heaters, okay. Connecting print head electronics. Black electronic cable with 3 tiny plugs on both sides. I've got that, okay. Plug the red-black fan connector into the extruder head in the blue-purple connector. Okay, so blue-purple. Okay, it's this guy. Cool. So the fan connector plugs into this. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. Okay, so this goes into here. Okay. Plug the red-black fan connector, plug the purple connector. Okay, plug the red-black yellow connector on the white connector of the extruder head tiny circuit board. So red, black, yellow. So red, black, yellow. So this goes in here. Okay. Okay. Optional, when you make use of dual extruder, plug the green, orange, brown. I don't have green, orange, brown. So that goes there, that goes there. So I don't, do I got green, I don't have green, orange, brown. I have green, gray, white. Oh, well, I guess that's just a spare. Okay. Or not a spare, but I think that's for, if you have it, yeah, I think it's just a different color set, but yeah. So now these got to come in here. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to fit these in the sleeve, but I'll just tape them. And will this fit through here? I'm just going to do this one at a time. Okay. Ben Butler, $10 for the HVAC fund. Cheers. Soon. Hopefully soon. I gotta get the ceiling insulated first. Government calling and saying I owed more taxes kind of didn't help too much. Do I run cardboard spools on my AMS? Occasionally. The problem is if I'm printing something, a lot of the time it's just like a random one-off, so I'll just grab a spool and go. And that kind of gets me because I don't like, I'm not saying I'm lazy, but I'm lazy. So I hate having to like constantly like swap around between the different freaking like putting the different plastic rims on it each time. It's just bloody annoying. Honestly, the whole AMS system, cardboard spools are kind of an industry norm now. They should design the AMS to be more compatible. Like it's, I don't know. Okay. Plug the red, black, yellow connector with the dot. Mine doesn't have a dot. Yeah, mine doesn't have a dot on it. Okay, anyways. On the white connector of the extruder head, tiny circuit board. Oh, I've already done that. Okay. So temp 1. So plug this into temp 1. Where is, oh, okay, temp 1's over here. So this is temp 1. Okay, so I'm assuming this is temp 2, because I'm not using temp 2. And then, yeah, the other one into that. Connect the, and this one goes into fan. Fan down here. Actually going in the hole. Wait. Is this a different connector? That doesn't want to plug in. That's PWM. Okay, well, this, whoa, okay. Okay, this doesn't make sense because it's telling me plug the blue purple into the fan print head on the circuit board. That fan connector is labeled wrong. I think this goes into PWM because that actually plugs into the PWM port. And this fan is probably this guy. So I'm assuming that's just labeled wrong there. Okay, so we got this. Okay, so that's that. Okay. Yeah, it's PWM. Okay, okay, Reem. Here, let me get this camera over here so you guys can actually see that. Hi. Oh, there we go. Look, you can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. If you like that close-up, smash the like button. Okay. Okay, connect the limit switches. Connect the black wire limit switch 1 to connector on the board 1. Okay. None of these are labeled. This is gonna be annoying as shit. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. They are labeled. Ha! They are labeled. Okay. To connector 1. Where is 1? These aren't labeled. I got... Does it start 1 here or does it start 1 up here? Oh, wait. Oh, it's right there. Bottom Z, end stop black. Oh, It's actually, it's laser engraved there. I'm looking at the PCB. I should have been looking at the frickin' board. It's actually labeled in the board. I'm an idiot. DataQ, $20. Cheers. Need some more duct tape. Yes. Okay. Okay. So now the top end stop. Now this one is a different color. This one's red, and it's this one. Okay. So this one. Okay, so you're gonna all go under this. So this goes here. You're gonna go here. Okay. Back Y end stop, red, which is this one. And this one is front, which is red. Okay. Front right end stop blue. So this is front right. Right? Yeah. And front left. Okay. And then we got our motors. So we got our Z motor, which is right here. And then we got our, which one is this? This is our X motor. And then we got our Y motor. And then we got our extruder motor. I'm just gonna go around the back. Shoot, I'm stupid making them do this. Yeah, come in through here. Gotta make it look good. Gotta make it look good. Will it fit through here? Probably not. This is probably a waste because I don't think it's gonna fit through this hole. Oh, this is gonna be another nightmare. Doesn't help when I'm doing this. I got a light right over there that I'm staring into a light while trying to. Aha. Okay, so this is extruder 1, which I'm assuming it's this one because this is the only one with the driver. Yeah, there we go. Huzzah! Look at that, the wonderful wiring that we got here. I've got a hookup for LEDs. I could put Argibas on here. We need to put some Argibas. Assemble the controller before going to the next time. How is this described on chapter 6.7? Okay, so I got to put the controller on now. We got to put the controller together now. Look at this beauty. What firmware does it run? It runs Marlin. Which version of Marlin? Marlin. I have a PayPal, Nero3DP@gmail.com. I'm just YOLOing how this goes together, by the way. I'm just kind of... Okay, probably should attach this to something. Let me actually find the manual for this. Okay, where's 6.7? Okay, the Ultimaker controller. Okay, here we go. So those go through there. Okay, cool. I've got all the little screws for it here. What runs new Marlin? This Voron kit. Vorons run Clipper. You technically can run. There's nothing stopping you from running any of the Vorons on Marlin. It is fully capable now. Current Marlin is fully capable of running a Voron with fully, all of them. But the standard firmware that most people run their Vorons on is Clipper. So. Nothing against Marlin. I think it's a great firmware. It definitely has its place in the ecosystem. But Vorons are designed with Clipper in mind, and all the stock configs and the stock kits and everything assume Clipper. Because Voron would not be where it is today, like, without Clipper. Like, the only reason Vorons became as popular as they were was Clipper made it a lot cheaper for the V2 to be feasible. Whatever happened to RepRap? It's still around, and honestly, I think it's great. Like, honestly, you see all these companies now trying to come out with Clipper, with printers. I have a, it just showed up today. We might be playing with it either this Friday or next Friday. I've got a Kingroon KLP1, okay? That just showed up. Honestly, and this is coming from somebody who is a Clipper fanboy. Wow, I wish this freaking punch-in would work when I push the button. I love me some Clipper, okay? I love me some Clipper. All these machines that are coming with Clipper right now, these enclosed Core XY off-the-shelf machines, in my personal opinion, they should be running RepRap. They should not be running Clipper. Because one, you guys can't follow the freaking rules when it comes to actually following the actual license. Creality, I'm looking at you, you know. It must be nice. I wish I could follow the rules that Creality does. I wish I could rob a bank and just be like, it's okay. I'll give the money back I'll follow the laws in a couple months. You know, it's, you know, yeah, you know, I did that bad thing. I committed fraud, but you know, I'll follow the laws in a little bit. I'll follow the rules in a little bit. You know, I only pirated the movie a little bit. I'll go buy a DVD of it later. Don't worry. You know, I wish I could do that. But yeah. Okay, I probably gotta put these cables on. Just a little tax fraud. Just a little tax fraud. Okay, neither of these are labeled 1 or 2. That's good to know, I guess. Okay, cool. Well, plug it in one way if it works. If it don't work, try it the other way. But But yeah, honestly, all these machines, in my opinion, the Cheaties, the Crealities, they honestly should be running RepRap. One, it's a more, in my opinion, RepRap firmware is a more mature firmware for commercial applications, which that's what these machines are. They are commercial off-the-shelf machines. And two, they, in my opinion, it's probably a hell of a lot less of a security risk because, oh, these clipper machines are a massive security risk. Like, ugh. RepRap is kind of missing out with some default printers like seen with... So the thing with RepRap, up until relatively recently, you needed to run one of their boards. And their boards weren't cheap, right? Oh, this is going to be annoying. Because I have to put these in, and I got to hope these don't fall out or fall through. Okay. So the RepRap board's really good hardware. Don't get me wrong. You know, a Duet, I have a Duet downstairs I'm saving for something. Because I personally think a Duet 2, like, because you can get, you know, BTT, Victory Tech, they make Duet 2s. You can buy a Duet 2 for a relatively inexpensive price. And yeah, you know, it's 2660s. They're a little loud by modern standards. They ain't no 2808 or 2208s or 2209s. But the Duet board is a solid board. There's nothing wrong with that board. The Duet 2. And then they got the Duet 3, which I think is a little overpriced for 3D printing applications, most of them. But I mean, like, the Duet boards are good. Yeah, Steve's building. Yeah! Like, if I needed to build a machine for, like, you know, a school or a shop or, like, somewhere where, like, I wasn't the only one that would be using it, I would build one with RepRap. Daedalus uses RepRap, and I don't blame them. And, like, you know, I've seen people like, why aren't they running Clipper? I'm like, because it's a commercial machine. It makes way more sense to put RepRap on it. It's more stable in a commercial environment. It's easier to support in a commercial environment, in my opinion. And you don't have the potential, because most of these companies, you know, are running just pure RepRap. The problem is, you know, Creality and all these other companies are running kind of Clipper. They're running Clipper, but they've kind of got their fingers in it, and it's pulling updates and who knows what from who knows where. I mean, remember the Sonic Pad? The first version of the Sonic Pad assumed you were powering it up connected to a Creality machine, and if you weren't, it was a fire hazard, as I found out, because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. So, like, I really don't think Clipper is great for commercial machines. I still don't. Not all machines, obviously. Like, obviously, you know, kit machines like the Vorons, it makes sense, right? If you're buying a Voron kit, you expect it to come with, you know, the ability to run Clipper. SD cards fail in a year. So what do you mean SD cards fail in a year? I'm still running the same SD card that I used in a Duet 5 years ago when I built V226. That SD card is now in a Raspberry Pi running it. But I don't power cycle my printers often. They usually stay on. Oh, it's the last screw. I don't want... They got the thing where you got to, like, slide the nut in, and I don't want to push it into the frame or into the box, because then I have to, like, take the whole thing apart to open it up, because you can't just leave a nut floating in here because it'll short. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's... Flash has a rate limit. Eventually, but to date, out of all my printers, I think I've only ever killed one SD card, and it was like a generic no-name SD card. There we go. So, Ultimaker controller, cool. I don't know which one is what, because unfortunately it's not labeled anywhere. I think this just hooks on. Okay. Now where does this hook into? Turn on the controller, disconnect, okay. Okay, I don't know which one goes to where. I'm gonna assume the one on the left is 1. That's like all I have to go off of. That goes there. That goes there. I'm assuming the one on the left is 1. Okay, I'm gonna power it up first. I'm just gonna flip it over. We're gonna give it some juice. I'm gonna do it this way so you can see the screen. And if we get some sparks, that's content too, right? I want you to be able to, oh wait, I could just do this. Ready? Ready? Come on, there we go. Oh my God, come on. There you go, you can see the screen. Meh. But I want you to see the sparks if we get sparks. There you go, you can see the screen now. Okay, let's power it up and see what we get. I think I have it off. I don't know if I have it off. Well, we're gonna do the wiring management properly after. I just wanna make sure it powers up. And the screen, actually, I have the screen plugged in. Because the thing is, once I hook the fan in, the fan covers the connectors for the screen. I don't want to take it off. So I want to make sure the screen works before we get too far. Okay, remember kiddies, if it catches fire, clip it. Because you got to get content out of it at least. Okay, please explode. Don't do that. Okay, I'm going to plug it in. It might be on already. Okay, it's not on. Flip the switch. Oh. Okay, the screen's on. And it's showing a temperature of 24, so we're good. Okay, cool. Turn that off. There we go. Lame. You said lame. If this had broken, I would have been heartbroken. I would have been heartbroken if this was broken. Like, legit. We put some time into this thing. Is my baby. Okay. So, we'll start from the top and work our way down. And try not to break stuff. I've got this. All I've got left is this, a bag of desiccant, and a USB cable. Okay, so I think I can shorten this. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave the bottom cable as is. Should I run this separately? How does Ultimaker do this? Okay, let me scroll back up to their actual manual. Okay, where we left off. Okay. So did they, I want to see if they bundled it together. It looks like it's bundled together. Yeah, okay, so they did bundle the wires together with the Bowden tube, it looks like. Yeah, okay. So we'll go with that, okay. Try to install print run. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, so we've got an extra plug here. That's gonna go there. So this is just gonna go like this, I guess. So if you haven't entered yet, remember every stream we give away a spool of filament from Polymaker. Link in the video description, so go enter for your chance to win that. Do that now while I'm doing this, because this is gonna take a minute. Yeah, remember, we're running completely stock here. This is, you know, what the lords at Ultimaker intended when they shipped this machine to some reseller in 2014. I'm gonna put rep firmware. Actually, I do have a duet too. I could put a duet on this. But I'll probably end up putting Clipper because I want to use the same controller. I want the DRVs. Soviet tractor strong. Well, actually, those are DRVs. This has A4988s, which are, in my opinion, slightly better at 24 higher voltages, I think, than DRVs, or the other way around. I can't remember. Remember DRVs just being loud, and you needed the right motors for DRVs. Like the Voron kit, the original Voron kit shipped with DRVs, but they were like spec'd for it. So the motors actually run pretty good. I've pushed my Voron 1.0 as fast as a Bamboo, speed-wise. So you can move A4 or DRVs pretty quick in 8-bit as long as you're running like Clipper. Which, you know, we run Clipper in this house. In this house, we run Clipper. So I literally think this piece of tape they have here is where you're supposed to like stop running them together. It is windy out there. Oh geez, I can hear it. Can you hear the wind? Probably can't. It's like every YouTuber, oh, sorry about the noise, guys. They're doing construction. And meanwhile, you can't hear shit. I'm gonna wrap the whole thing so I can pull it into the frame after. You'll see what I mean. Oh wait, no, that don't work. One second. I'm doing some cable management, making it look all pretty and whatnot. Because remember, who cares how it performs as long as it looks good, right? Because this I'm going to zip tie right here. So let me grab a tie of zip. Zip tie, there we go. So I've only got one extruder, so I'm going to use the second extruder mount to zip tie this into position. So that won't move. Okay. So now I know how much extra cable I got here. So I can bundle this on the inside. This is like, eh. Trying to do things so they're on camera is super annoying. Pull this extra up here. There we go, let's do this. I'll pull it down. we go. Put one zip tie there just to keep it all together. Oh, did I miss anything? Cost aside, do you think cast iron frame would be work on 3D? Here, the heavier and stiffer your frame, the more stable your printer will be. No ifs, ands, or buts around it. That is like, you know, the goal. The heavier and stiffer your frame. However, you probably, because it's a 3D printer and there's no cutting forces. Remember, there's no cutting forces on a 3D printer. If you're loading your tool head with anything other than motion, you're doing it wrong. There should be no forces on your tool head other than the force of just the tool head moving. So, you know, technically on paper, you know, would a printer with a cast iron frame be better than wood or you know, acrylic or aluminum extrusions? Yes. But how much better, and is it worth it? Probably not. Stefan did a video where he filled the frame of a printer with sand and it did nothing. Now, the thing is, you can't really put a lot of sand in a 3D printer frame. It's not like there's a ton of room to fill it with sand. But when it comes to at-home CNC, it is very common for people to build stuff using like steel tubing and fill that with sand or lead shot even, or epoxy, or even just build whole frames like cast epoxy frames for printers. Those are for CNCs. For CNCs, that makes more sense. For 3D printers, not so much, because you're not really, it's overkill. It's massive overkill. Okay. So now, don't have a lot of, that'll be fine there. Okay. This would be a lot easier if it was up the right way. Yeah. Okay, let's just put you through here, and then I'll just mash you all in there, and then I'll pull it tight. Okay. Where are you? Why are you the wrong way around? Every other wire is under that, this motor. Every other wire is under this guy. Remember, just needs to be good enough. Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to be good enough. This is not even in that. And do this. There you go. Now you're in there. Good enough. Good enough. This Plugs in here. Wow, that. Okay. How much room do I got here for all this? Oh yeah, plenty of room, plenty of room. So that just goes there, and that. Now I know why they said put tape on it. Jesus Christ. Someone want to come say hi? Don't go. You good boy? Oh, is that doing any better? Yeah. Okay. Fluffy boy. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how long of a screw I need for this. Probably these ones. Okay. And a washer. Yeah, don't go. Yeah. You're getting old. You're getting old. Why can't you go in your hole? There we go. Oh, I'm well aware his ears are bothering him. He's on medication for it. He's an old dog and he's got floppy ears, so he's always having ear issues. It's a constant battle. Well aware. In the winter they're much better, but in the summer with the humidity and everything, he got ear issues. It's all floppy ear dogs kind of have that issue. Okay. So now we gotta figure out this shit. So what we do is we take all of this, we do this, and we put this through here. That. Look at that. Beauty! And then I'm gonna flip it over to do the other side. Oh my, this thing got heavy. This got heavy. Okay. And then we just take all these wires and we just kind of do the good old, and just kind of shove them all in there. Don't knock the printer off the edge. That would be super bad at this point in the build. I've dropped a V0 with only minor damage. Dropping this would probably not be great. There we go. Extra protection. There we go. Look at that. Look, cable managed. Easy peasy. Beautiful. Like a proverbial glove. Beautiful. And just like how Prusa used to do it, just jam it in. Call it a day. Okay. So now, I've got me some power. Let's power it up. And see what we got. See if it homes. Probably should have checked that first before, you know, doing all that stuff. Okay, plug that in. Okay. Pull the lever, Kronk. I don't know if that turned it on. There we go. That turns it on. It makes a thunk when you turn it on. I do have the upper Z set. There is an upper Z set, and the lower, the limits are all at their minimum, basically. So it should home no matter what. Everything's at its minimum. Card removed. Control. Load memory, store memory, firmware version. So if you're wondering, it's actually running firmware from 2013. Oh, that beep. Repair. Disable steppers, auto home. Let's auto home. Ready? You ready, kids? Are you ready, kids? Let's put this in the middle first. Auto home. I got my finger on the switch, by the way. As long as it's supposed to home to the front right, we're good. Or front left, we're good. It's alive. So now I gotta move my Z switch up because I gotta do that. Okay, so let's adjust the Z switch. So let's turn the motors off. So let's you know, prepare, disable steppers. Oh, I hit auto home. Disable steppers. There we go. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna move that there. I'm gonna move you to the middle. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tighten these. Tighten them a decent amount. Okay, so those all look roughly the same. Okay, cool. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise the Z until it touches in the middle. Loosen off the Z switch. So I don't know if there's if we could do Z offset. I don't want to bother with Z offsets, put it that way. Like, I really don't want to deal with Z offsets. So now, right there's touching the bed. So now I move the switch down till it clicks. It'd be a lot easier if I wasn't wearing noise canceling headphones. Okay. Oh, it's super annoying to do this. Yeah, this is super annoying. I don't like this setup. I really don't like this setup. Because it doesn't help the wood is deformed in the back. Okay, 1 second. Let's... Okay, 1 second. Let me get my finger in here. Okay, there we go. No, and of course the whole thing moves the moment I do that. Tune it out live. Okay, so that's the Z switch. So now I should have did that with a little bit more slack. So now we come down a bit more. Okay, so that is not touching the bed. Good, okay. Prepare. Auto home. Okay. So we're home. So now I need to move this around and raise my switches up. Until that touches. I need a piece of paper. Yes, we're using paper. Oh, okay, it doesn't help that this is stuck. There we go. Oh God, the whole thing is so... Oh, this is so warped. This is so... Okay, whatever. This is so weird because I can't just do one corner at a time. Okay, control. Motion. These are steps. Oh God, no, I don't want steps. I want to actually move this. How do I move this? Control, main, prepare, move axis. There we go. Move X. Okay, cool. I gotta be careful. The weight of the screwdriver is enough to... the weight of the screwdriver is enough to change the bed level. Literally, the weight of the screwdriver is enough to change the bed level. I'll take it. Okay. Prepare. Move 10 mil, move Y. Okay. Okay, whatever. We're gonna have to do some live adjustments here. Prepare. It doesn't help, it has this big ass fan hanging off the side. Okay. This is really annoying. Prepare. Okay. Ah, why did you go? Stay on the screen I told you to stay on. Like on the bright side, it's not destroying the tape, so that's good. Okay, and we'll go back to that one and we'll call it. Prepare. You can't move the Z, by the way. Okay, that is about as level as I could get. Oh, you can move it in 1 and 10. Okay, so now I got to put some filament in here. So let's, okay, prepare. Move axis, move 1 mil, move Z. Okay, move Z. So let's move you to there. Okay. Okay, so let's move axis, move prepare, preheat PLA. It's gonna heat to 210. See how long this takes. Make sure nothing's touching there. Okay, it's heating up. And in the meantime, ooh, we're gonna dip into this. About to be the worst time of your life. I don't know about that. This is so thick. Ricky B gifted 10 community memberships. Cheers. Oh my God. This is thick. Okay, let's load the spool on here. That's... David, your spools don't really slide too freely on the wood. So open that. Let's open that. Okay, this comes up. Yeah. That comes down. Now I gotta... There's really nothing in the bottom here, and that just... Oh my God, loading filament in this is... Oh my, this is so huge. How do I get you to load in the tube? Go up the tube, go up the tube. Did I tangle the spool up? Okay, 1 sec. Well, it goes in the tube, it just doesn't want to go in the tube. Try a steeper angle, maybe. There we go. It's so thick. Oh, green. We got filament coming out. Okay. Now we open up our, oh, I can smell it. I can smell filament. Do I have an SD card reader in here? Do I even have an SD card reader in here? I better have an SD card reader. I should have an SD card reader back here somewhere. Uh-oh. I had one. Is it by the liquor? No, it's not by the liquor. I had one because I used it. I'm gonna have to run downstairs to go get one. Okay, let me make sure this will extrude. Okay, prepare. Can I extrude filament? Move axis, move 1 mil, extruder. Okay. Come on, there we go. Okay, extrude, 10 millimeters of filament. It's pushing filament in. There we go. Yeah, it's actually extruding. Look at that. Cooldown. Okay. So I need to find an SD card. I had one. I don't know where it went. I had one out here, and I don't know where I put it. I might have to run inside. I might have brought it inside. I can't remember. Yeah, I might have to run inside. Unless it's on the back. Oh, wait, here it is. Found it. Big honkin' nozzle. I know. Pretty big for a 0.4 millimeter. Okay. So this PC. So that SD card. Okay, there we go. USB drive. It's there. Or it was there. Cura 2.1 or 12.1. Yes. So Cura used to have a different naming scheme before, and then they went open source. So I remember when I got my Monoprice Select Mini, it came with Cura like 15. So obviously now we're on Cura like 5, so they've like redone their naming scheme. Is that locked? No, it's not locked. Oh, it's because I got 2 SD cards in here. Maybe that's why. There we go. Now it's showing up. Okay. Next. Cannot install the Arduino drivers. Cool. Finish. Next. Start Cura 12.1. So we got an Ultimaker. Upgrade to Marlin. Skip upgrade. Okay, so this is from like, I'm running the original firmware. I want to run the original firmware. Okay. Skip checks. Finish. Oh God. Oh, we're printing the robot. We are so printing the robot. Okay. Normal print quality. PLA. Oh God. Transparent model viewer, X-ray view, show model borders, top-down view, 3D view, normal mode. Switch to normal mode. Okay, so, oh, okay. Print speed 50 millimeters a second, 220. 0.2 layer height, wall thickness, okay, 2 walls, enable retractions. No. Yes, we're gonna enable retractions. There you go, top, bottom layer, so 3 top, 3 bottom, fill density 20%. What infill? I don't know, it's like the Tico, right? Okay, start, stop, plugins, advanced. Ooh, here's the advanced. 150 millimeter second travels. Enable skin, I don't know what that is. Okay. Prepare print. Starting. Oh God. It's working. It's working. Okay. How do I zoom up to see the different layers? Look at that infill, eh? Oh wow, okay, copy to SD cards. You need to configure your SD drive before you can opening the preferences now. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. How do I save this to SD card? Okay. Open file location. Is this the G code? You didn't set the drive. Oh. What do you mean I didn't set the drive? 0 port baud rate. Oh, SD card drive. There we go. Okay, it's D. Okay. Okay, is it on the SD card? Folder is empty. Folder is empty. Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Safely remove SD card. Yes. Safe remove failed. Okay, well. Oh, Ultimaker.g. Okay. Here we go, kiddies. Okay, let me get this printer out of here. If I can. Oop, okay, card inserted. Print from SD. Ultimaker. Heating. Ooh, look. Weiser's got new bottles. It looks like it's doing the thing it's supposed to do. See how it goes. Clean like it's new. Well, it is new. I hope it'd be clean. It's brand new. Is that glass clean? Yeah, it's clean enough. Well, I'm not having a drink until it actually pushes plastic. We gotta wait for it to actually, oh, I can smell it. It's weird when, like, the open air PLA smell. Okay, we're at 216, okay, we hit temp, we're 220. I wonder if it does like a purge. We'll find out in a minute. Oh, we are digging into that bed. Oh well. It's okay. We're a little close to that bed. That's okay. I can fix that in post. We can fix it in post. Yeah, see, it just, the second layer irons down the first. Easy, easy peasy. It's actually, it's not that bad noise-wise, by the way. Oh man, that old infill. Okay, it's working. I think that deserves a drink. Yeah, there ain't no live adjust Z on this. But I mean, it's not under extruding. Wow, that infill is funky. Like, the infill is like, it's just like random dazzle pattern. It is an estimated 30-minute print, by the way. Keep it down. Listen. Here, you know what? We're gonna have a little talk, okay? Class, come here. It's still quieter than the bamboo. Let's be honest, it's still quieter than the bamboo. It do be true. It do be true. I'll be honest, actually, the steppers do make more noise on this, that's for sure. But it's a quieter noise, but it's more jaggy versus just a noise that the bamboo does. It's a different kind of noise. Like, this is definitely a more robotic noise, whereas the bamboo sounds just like a constant. You could probably tune the bamboo out more. They're very happy with. They are good machines, don't get me wrong. Like, they're just really loud. Like, compared to like a nice well-built Voron VZ bot, you know, a Prusa. They're very loud. At least mine is. I got an X1C first off the line one, and you know, they saved $1 by not going with TMCs, and they went with just H bridges to drive the steppers, which are stupid loud. And then they got the leaf blower fan. Well, compare calibration. I do have a calibration cube off the Tico we can compare to. So it would be fun to upgrade this with 2GT belt. So redo the belts in 2GT. Get a good extruder on it, an actual like an orbiter or something, and put a Revo in here, because here's the thing. There are drop-in V6 mounts for this that replace this metal part here, the tool head. You replace the tool head with a V6 mount, and Revo 6 is compatible, like drop-in compatible with 6. So the thing is though, the heater. So what you would do is I would use a Revo 6 heater, a Hamera heat break, and a traditional V6 block. That way I could still use the heat sink or the heater and the thermistor that are currently in here, because that's a 19 volt heater. This thing runs on 19 volts. The only thing would be the bed. I'd probably have to get a separate power supply to run the bed, or do a mains bed with a MOSFET. If I wanted to put, if I ever decide to put a heated bed in here, which honestly, this is probably gonna be a PLA machine. Yeah, I'm not building a Voron for you. 19 volts is laptop voltage. Come on. I don't know why it's delayed. Toshiba. It's a laptop power supply. Oh God, those retractions. This is small. This is a small print, by the way. We'll get a benchy going after this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn down each. Okay, so what is it? It's it's M3.5. So one full rotation is 0.5 mil. So if I want to drop it down 0.2 mil, I would need to do 2/5 of a rotation. Yeah, we need to do 2/5 of a rotation. So you can't do 12 divided by 5 doesn't really work. So a little over what, 3 o'clock? So a little over a quarter turn, each screw down will drop this 2 mil or 0.2 mil. Will we update firmware? Okay, so for those wondering what the plan with this is, the reason I wanted this machine, specifically this machine, is the motion system. The Ultimaker still uses this motion system today in their current machines. It's a good motion system. Yes, the machine is built out of wood and it's got an 8-bit controller with 84988s and, you know, whatever the hell this thing is as a tool head. But the actual mechanics of this machine are actually not bad. So here's the plan. Here's the plan. What you do, or what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna do a bunch of test prints. I'm gonna print the little robot here. I'm gonna print a benchy. I'm gonna try and print the me print, you know, the print of me. That'll be fun. And a couple prints. I'm gonna try and use the same print, okay? And then what we're gonna use is I'm gonna update the slicer to the newest version of Cura, and then I'm gonna put the newest firmware on here, and then run those prints again. So I'm gonna reslice them with the newest version of Cura to show how far the slicers have come, okay? And all that jazz. And then I'm gonna put Clipper on here. And then we're gonna run the exact same G code. So this G code that we're gonna run with the old slicer and the old firmware will be its own G code. Then I'm gonna take those same models and slice it in the newest version of Cura with updated firmware on here, which is like 2018. I think that's as new as it gets, okay? And then I'm gonna, after that point, I'm gonna use the same G code files from then on, because at that point, we're gonna check updates to the machine, which is gonna be Clipper, is gonna be the first one. So basically the plan is I wanna see how far you could actually push this machine doing the least amount of actual changes to it. Do a Flexi Dragon? I could do a Flexi Dragon. There is one fly in here, and it's super annoying. What diameter shafts on the XY? They are 8 mil for the drive shafts, and then they are 6 mil for the cross shafts. I probably could put an orbiter on here, a lightweight orbiter, and it should be okay. Yes. It's not a huge span. This machine's only 205 by 205. It's only 200 millimeters cubed. So the funny thing is I need to get a USB-A to USB micro B adapter so I can put a Pi Zero on here. So. Oh, it's doing the arms. So that fan is going. I do have part cooling. New print bed? Not really, because we're just gonna be printing PLA, and PLA on, like it's pretty warm in this garage. And once I finish the stream, I'll turn the fan off so there'll be no draft. So PLA will stick to the tape just fine. But aren't Clipper and Marlin different firmware? Clipper can ingest Marlin G code just fine. There's a few semantic things you might have issues with if you're trying to call out stuff. Like object or avoid object or whatever, or some of the other fancy stuff. But if you, a demo G code file will work just fine on Clipper. Like I've never run into an actual issue where Clipper has errored out because you tried to feed it something sliced from Marlin. The worst it'll do is it might just not be able to do some of the things Clipper likes. Like if you're trying to use like arc control or something fancy like that in Clipper, and the Marlin G code, like it won't call out for it type thing. So it's not like you lose it. You lose it. It'll still work. It's just you might not be able to fully use it. How are the motors? Oh, they're fine. I mean, this is moving at like decent speeds. Like, yeah, okay, this ain't like, you know, cooking it, but like it's doing 150 millimeter travels. I don't know what the accelerations are. That's, you know, I don't know if we can see that. Advanced config, accelerations. Get out of here, fly. Yeah, I don't know if you can adjust accelerations in the slicer. Might not be in the slicer, but like, obviously it you know, it's not slouching. Okay, we're trying to figure out how to go back to load model. So let me load a benchy. Okay, there we go. Prepare print. Is this a Bamboo lap? No, this is the P1 SS from Bamboo, actually. Surprise. We're on good terms again. They're sending me printers. Good God, this filament is thick. Okay, a benchy, it's estimating an hour to print a benchy. That ain't bad. Where is David? Yeah, where is David? This is his filament. This is Jesse PLA Premium too. I'm not feeding this no raggedy ass, you know, weed whacker line here. It's eating some primo food here. Getting some primo printer chow. Here, let me mute the desktop audio and turn off the filters. Okay. So if you're curious of the actual noises this thing makes, that's the noise it actually makes without any filters or anything. Most of the noise is from the extruder. Yeah, it is firmly in let me play you the sound of my people realm. So let's get to it's actually working. Let's get some likes of the smash button, folks. I have a couple. Pathetic Puma, I'd say don't bother. Let's be honest. Like, I'm being honest with you. This thing is not going to see a ton of use. We're going to do some test prints on it and some faffing about. This is not going into production. I've got, I think, 8 spools of filament. 6 or 8 spools of filament of various colors. I'm set for all the 3 mil filament I will need till the day I die. Yeah. Did I put the Bowden clip in the extruder? Oh, I did not, because I don't have one. I'm missing it. I only had 1 clip, so I don't have the clip in the extruder. So I got to print one of those. I had an M4 on my Ender 5. Oh, the M4 is loud, yeah. Garage build cost versus usability. What do you mean? Like, are you talking about like I needed to do this. It's nice that I have the second workshop to work out of now. So, Yeah, it had to be done. I'm over budget on the garage and I'm still not done. I still need to insulate the ceiling. I still need to put a wall up because right now I still got a tarp being the wall. And I still need to put a heat pump out here so I can heat and cool it. Because in the winter, it gets cold as shit out here in Canada. And in the summer, it gets hot as shit because I live in that area. So yeah, I still need to put like another several thousand out here, so. Yay! Don't forget to like, support the channel. Ring the bell, become a channel member, Patreon supporter or something. I was hoping to do the members stream actually on Thursday night, but with the power being out, that kind of killed that, so. Just turn all the beds on. That is a horribly overpriced, not efficient way to heat a garage, I'll be honest. How hot? I don't know, 40% with the humidity, or 40 degrees with the humidity some days. We get really humid summers here. That's not what I wanted to do. 1 second here. That's what I have. There we go. That's what I want to do. There we go. Beaters are 100%. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. Lift off. Oh, there's a SpaceX launch tonight? Oh, shit. Oh, we could have watched the SpaceX launch tonight. Oh, well. This is no Tico. No, I mean, if you guys want, I've got the Tico right there. I've got the Tico right there. I could grab the Tico, like, it's within the realms of possibility, actually. Where's the power supply for the Tico? I gotta find that. But I got the Tico. Laughs in tropical. Well, like 62%, Joseph, like, you know, 62%. Oh my God. It's 62% of my garage right now. Radiant floor. I'm not digging up my garage, my concrete garage floor that's already finished. Okay, let's go back to the manual. Let me check the manual here, see if we. Okay, how to do that. So we've done that. We've already leveled the bed. We put that together. Using the Ultimaker for the first time. Probably should have did this. As a slicer, we recommend use Cura Slicer, Kiss Slicer, NetFab. I've never heard of NetFab. Filament should be approximately 2.85, but it may vary by 0.7. That's it. That's the end of the manual. Ultimaker. The fast, easy to use, open source 3D printer. I posted a video on Stream Chat. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, the M4, the Mobius extruder, the M4, the M3, the Mobius 3, the M4, even the Mobius 2. Those with pressure advance, oh, they especially on long Bowden tubes, they chooch. NetFab is still the engine used in Super Slicer, Proof Slice, and Orca to fix broken objects for slicing. Oh, okay. Wonder how much printing has improved just by using more consistent filament. That's actually probably a huge thing. Not gonna lie, the fact that, you know, slicers have gotten better and filament quality has gotten better has probably played a huge role in 3D printing getting better over the years. Like this right here, So again, you know, Amazon budget, you know. So this filament is 2.82 millimeters. But it's probably consistent 2.82 through the whole thing. I mean, it's doing printer things. I mean, print quality looks on par to my Monoprice Select Mini. Surprised to see Micro Center. Micro Center also still carries Lulzbot, last I heard, so it kind of makes sense. Like, anyone who's running an Ultimaker, a Lulzbot, or some of the older machines will need 2.85. Filament diameter sensors. Honestly, biggest waste, like, you don't need a filament diameter sensor. Just go buy good filament. It's like the Bamboo with the LiDAR. All that does is just account for filament inconsistency. If you use filament that's within spec, the LiDAR does nothing because it doesn't need to compensate for anything. So as long as you use consistently good filament, the LiDAR does nothing. It's pressure, all it does is just auto-tune pressure advance. So if you're using good filament, so your pressure advance values are always the same, you don't need to worry about it. It doesn't do anything. It's just a marketing gimmick. It's not even real LiDAR. There's a guy at Murph who had pretty much the exact same thing running in Clipper as a demo. It's not LiDAR. It uses a laser and a camera that's tuned to just see the laser, and it measures variance. That's what it does. It's not LiDAR. It's not using light bouncing off and measuring how long it takes light to come back, like radar, LiDAR, bouncing. One's radio waves, one's light. That doesn't use LiDAR. It uses a laser and a camera that looks at the laser and measures variances. Here's the thing. I have no problem with the system. I think it's cool. Just don't call it LiDAR because that's bullshit marketing. Because now, you know, Creality calls it LiDAR now. You know, it's not LiDAR. Filament to people, why filament? Yeah, for filament is round. You need to measure the filament in a consistent, like, yeah, filament is round. But even then, just buy good filament. Because it could be, here's the thing, filament can be out. You can have filament that's out, as long as it's consistently out. It's when it, you know, it's when it's thin, and then it gets fat, and then it gets thin. Then you run into problems. When it's springiness and extruder, that's why, Torx Fighter, that's why I'm a huge fan of running direct feed. I'm not a fan of Bowden setups. If you can avoid running Bowden, avoid running Bowden. Because the moment you go direct feed, a lot of the issues that crop up in tuning Bowden, like how springy a filament is, like especially, you know, softer filaments, those just go away. Once you have like an immediate feed path, you reduce those issues by tenfold. I have the Prusa Hex filament. I never use it. I used it once. I don't want to use it because it's a rare thing. They only made those spools for a limited amount of time. And Sanity was actually nice enough to sneak some in her luggage and bring it to me at Rocky Mountain. So I don't want to use it. So when this is done, we're gonna get a benchy going. A LiDAR sensor, good. Yeah, we looked it up the one stream. A LiDAR sensor that anything under like $100 for a LiDAR sensor has an accuracy of like 6 centimeters. I mean, this is coming along pretty good. Not gonna lie. There's some overhang issues, but consistently, I don't know, it looks fine. I went with this green, lime green filament because I figured it's something bright. This giant ass fan hanging off the side. The robot is pretty impressive for a first print of a 10-year-old printer. I know. I mean, I will post a video on the Twitters and whatnot. There we go. Follow me on Twitter at 3DP Nero. Why? Because why not? I don't know. Twitter sucks, but it's, you know, it's better than Threads. The only problem with this lime green is it's very, the camera doesn't really like it too much. It's a little bright. That's still uploading. Post sent. Okay. I'll post a video in the Discord too. Actually, I don't know if I can post a video in the Discord. It might yell at me. Yeah, I know Nitro won't let me. Okay. Is that Ryobi green? No, it is actually Jesse Premium PLA Neon Green. Oh, here we go. We're on the... Listen to those retractions. Oh, it's done. So now we would wait for the bed to cool down, but hey, state of the art. We don't need no heated bed. What's the fun? No. So it did stick to the bed a little too much. So I'm kind of hoping that the Benchy cleans off the bed a bit. Yeah, we broke the bottom layer a bit, but if you're curious, there we go. Yeah, the light's a little harsh on it. Bottom layer's a little smushed, but yeah, there we go. SD card removed. Let's put a Benchy on it. Where did I put that SD card reader? Is that bottom layer or no? It's the bottom layer. It broke because it was a little. Okay, prepare. So I've already done that. Copy to SD card. Copy, finish, remove SD card. Yes, remove failed. Okay, cool. So. Okay, it just saves as Ultimaker.g. Okay, apparently you only get one name choice when it comes to what it saves it in the SD cards. Okay, so I gotta drop this bed a little bit. So I'm gonna drop it, what is it, a little over 1/3 of a turn. There we go. It's not as bad as I thought, actually. Plug that in. Plug it in, plug it in. Card inserted. Print from SD card. Ultimake.g. Go! Let's make it a benchy. I want to put a dab of super glue on here just so I can keep this glued together. I don't know if I have glue out here. Do I have glue out here? I should have glue out here. I've got to have glue out here. We got tuck tape. I got to be careful. I got a tube of hydrochloric acid out here that I keep forgetting I have, and I probably shouldn't have, but I have it. Yeah, I don't know where my super glue went. I'll have to look for it. Push the volumetric flow. We're gonna run it stock for a bit before we start really fiddling with it. Well, okay, that blob is gonna live on there. Okay, that's not a benchy. That's not a benchy. Pause print. Okay, let's see. Does it move the tool head up when you pause it? Stop print. Auto home. Okay, sure, just ooze everywhere. Cool down. Prepare. I would like to move this. Move axis, move 1 mil. Move Z. Drop the bed. There we go. Okay. Oh wow, it really sticks to that acrylic. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, why did you decide to not... Save that. Okay, desktop. Okay, so there's Ultimake.g. Okay. So we got the benchy. Prepare print. Oh, it's because... Oh, it shows them all down here. I click this. It's this one. Oh. So if I delete that, oh, I see. Okay, I saved the wrong one. That's why. Got it back to extruder up 6 mil. I don't think I can manually move it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's that. Oh, look at it go. Look at it build up. Oh, that's so cool. Just copy to SD card. Okay, so that's on the SD card. There you go. Okay, 3D benching. Okay, that's why. Boop. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I need to drop this bed ever so slightly. See, this is the advantage. By not having heated bed, you don't need to wait for the bed to heat up. So see, it's smart not to have a heated bed. My genius knows no bounds. Print from SD card, 3D benchy. There we go. Let it rip. Like a Beyblade, like a Beyblade. You're getting errors in chat. I don't know what to say because I don't know what errors you're getting. Does this printer have a feature that automatically starts a print without your permission when you're sleeping or not at home? No, because this thing is like analog solid state, like straight out of the, early 2010s. So, this was before Big Brother decided to put, load the printer up with always on, spyware and shit. That is a benchy bottom. Okay, I gotta go down a little bit more. It's so close to being perfect. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. That's what I did. Yeah, I'm live adjusting. This is back in my day. This is how you live adjusted Zed. You just kind of live adjust Zed. There you go. I live adjusted Zed. Well, according to this will take 59 minutes. So when this benchy is done, we're gonna end the stream. So we're gonna, however long it takes to finish this benchy, that's how much time you have to enter for your chance to win some Polymaker filament, linked in the video description. Look at it go. Nozzle size, it's a 0.4 mil. Did I just decrease my Z offset? I did, because I needed to, oop. Wait, where? I think I got him. There's a mosquito in here, I think I got him. I needed to, I dropped it, and instead of raising it back up ever so slightly, I dropped it ever so slightly more. So yes, I did bring it back up. That was on purpose. I mean, if you want to get 3 millimeter filament, I think their Polymaker does have some. I should do the whole like perfect first layer print and peel it up, just to be annoying at Prusa. Like, No, Bruce can do it. Okay, sorry, I'm chasing a mosquito. Got him. So this is the downside of, you know, the shop being my garage. I open the garage door occasionally. So bugs and whatnot get in here. And also, there's a ton of gaps in the garage door where like the seals have gone over the years, because it's like, you know, it's a 20-year-old house that I need to replace because there's like hornets and whatnot that figured out how to get in here. So I took out a nest the other day. It's so weird, the old like the old infill style, like that's how infill was done. It's just a random pattern. Like it's not like grid or it's just random. It's not like an actual pattern like we have nowadays. Uh, 2.85 spools must last a long time. These will, because literally all my 2.85 spools are only going to be on this machine. A hardness test on what? So this printer has nothing to envy to an ender. What? I mean, on paper, this is a faster motion system than an Ender, but this is also like my brother in Christ. It's a machine from a decade ago. It's an 8-bit controller with 84988s. This would be equivalent, like tech-wise, to like an Ender 3 or like an Ender 3 Ender 3. Only not a shitty bed flinger. Like mechanically, I would trust this to last longer than an Ender on V wheels. Even with the wood frame. Although now this machine gets to go live inside. Infill pattern is quieter than gyroid. Well, it's straight line, right? Whereas gyroid, you're constantly adjusting the motors. How much improvement you can squeeze out of the hardware just by going in. That's one of the things. So what we're doing right now, I'm running a Cura 12.1 from like 2012. So this is like an 11-year-old slicer. So the plan is we're going to print a bunch of things using this slicer. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to put Cura 5.4, whatever the newest version of Cura is, use that slicer and update the firmware. Okay, so it'll be the newest version of official Ultimaker firmware, which I think is from 2018 on this, and the newest Cura slicer, which already has profiles for this machine baked into it. And then we'll see if there's any difference in the print. So we got the little robot. I'm gonna print the Benchy. I'm gonna print the Me. We'll see how that goes. Oh God, that with support is gonna be fun. And then we'll do like a Flexi Dragon or something. Your ears hurt. This isn't too, okay, if your ears hurt from this, you're doing it wrong. This is soothing. Also, this has a weird thing where it does like a partial full layer. Like it's not all infill. Like it does like this partial full layer every couple layers, where it's not a real full layer. See what it's doing? I don't know why it does that. I'm running completely stock slicer profile, by the way. I haven't changed any settings. It just likes to, you know, add a partial full layer every couple layers or something for some reason. Can it run peak? I don't think so. I mean, it's an is it an all metal hotend? Technically, it is. No, I don't know. Is it an all metal hotend? I mean, it's a 19 volt hotend, or so it's. I don't think it's going to get above bed temperature. Where's the hotend? I want to see what the actual specs say. Nah, it's rated up to ABS. I don't. It's probably like 300C. But this is the fancy Ultimaker Original Plus, though. So this is the Gucci one with the heated glass bed, and it's got a metal shroud for the fan versus this bent plastic thing that I got. That I hope I didn't cause a layer shift right there. I mean, it's not warping at all, which is hilarious. It's funny, it feeds so slow. Like watching the extruder feed, it's so slow, but you gotta remember it's 3mm filament, so it doesn't need to feed it as fast. It's just thick. I will say though, I don't know about you, but I really like the aesthetics of it. Like it looks like, I don't know. I think it looks nice. I really dig. It's got a certain aesthetic vibe to it that I just like. Like, yeah, it's, you know, it's wood and whatnot, but you know, that's what it is. Now I can't wait to put Clipper on it. That's not the button I hit. I pushed the right button. Change. I pushed the right button. Change, Stream Deck. Change. Probably got to update OBS. Actually, let me see here. Settings. So I might have to open it. Stream, YouTube, art output. Apparently I can do AV1 now. I got to look into that. What's your thought on the QD Max? I don't have a QD Max. I have the QD Smart and the Plus. So I got the small and the mid-size one. I don't have the large. TLDR, they're fine. They're enclosed modern Core XY machines, like all the other enclosed modern Core XY machines. They're running Clipper, which I personally prefer over the Bamboo firmware, which is whatever the hell Bamboo decided cooked up in a lab. But they're fine. They're good. They're okay. It's a modern Core XY machine. Like, here's the thing. I've been playing with enclosed Core XYs for half a decade now. So now you can buy them commercially and they're okay. They're okay. There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing amazing with them. They're okay. It's getting, like, if you notice, I don't do printer reviews because I literally don't see the point in it nowadays. Ain't nobody got time for that. This is open source. You can download all the DXF. If you want to laser cut this yourself, go for it. How loud is that controller fan? I don't know. It's underneath the printer. I don't even know if it's on right now. I'm hoping it's on. I can't really check. The printer's running. And I know the moment I think it's spinning, it's, I don't know, I can't see. It's facing upwards. So I can't even see it spin. Stratasys own company, open source. Again, my brother in Christ, this thing's a decade old. This is way before all that. Also, I don't think it's owned by Stratus. I think Stratus has sold off their share in the Ultimaker MakerBot thing. But yes, this machine is fully open source. Current Ultimakers are not. But they still open source their slicer, which is nice. So. But yeah, this is fully open source. I think this and the Ultimaker 2. But after that, no. They're up to Ultimaker 7. Minority stake. Okay, in Ultimaker. I'm still pissed when on Ultimaker and MakerBot merged. They didn't become Maker. Because Ultimaker, MakerBot, it could have been Maker, and it would have been awesome. Also, AnchorMate did send. Are saying they're sending me an M5C. I got the filament from them. Also, Anchor, you're sending me a printer that I'm just gonna play around with and show off on a live stream and might do a video on. But for some reason, Anchor, in their infinite wisdom, sent me this. So that's not the right button. So I've got filament. They sent filament, which, you know, if you're sending me a filament, a printer to try out, it's nice to send me your filament too. Okay, but they sent me this. They sent me a 10-pack of nozzles for the M5C. Okay, or for the M5. I'm assuming it's also for the M5C. If an M5 shows up, I'll try it. But they told me to send an M5C. But they sent me this. Anchor. I like your power banks. I use your power bank. Okay. What am I gonna do with 10 2mm nozzles? These are all 2mm nozzles. I got 10 of them. And they're completely proprietary to your printer, as far as I know. Like, what am I gonna do with these? I can see if you sent me one or a combo pack, but I've got 10 0.2mm nozzles. I don't even use, I can't even remember the last time I used a 2mm nozzle or 0.2mm nozzle. They're all 0.2mm. What am I gonna do with 10 0.2mm nozzles? I'll drill them out to 2mm and have fun. Or something, I don't know. This actually wasn't too bad. They're definitely, I noticed when people were saying there's like definitely a moire to this, because again, this is MXL belt and 2GT is where you want. So there's a reason you don't use MXL belt in printer builds. I will say the bow of this bench is actually pretty good. Trying to put Games Workshop out. I gotta start printing parts for the, I got, Soraya sent me some some resin to reprint a bunch of parts for the Blade Runner blaster. I gotta get going on that. I'm hoping they didn't screw up and send me those nozzles instead of the printer. Or an M5. I really hope an M5 doesn't show up, because I want to try the M5C, because that's the one that you need to use like Wi-Fi for it to work. So I want to like do a deep dive on it. Look at it go. Run glass wire in the background. I gotta start looking into that to see what's going on. Somebody reached out to me. They did a the GDPR or whatever, the European like give me all the information you've collected me thing on Bamboo. So somebody who owns a Bamboo in Europe did one of those and got a response from Bamboo, and they want to chat, so I got to talk to them and see what they figured out. Do I run mostly 0.4s? So my current stance is if your printer is 300 millimeters or bigger, you should be running a 0.6. So that's kind of what I do. So my LDO V2 right here, which is a 300, is running a 0.6. Everything else is running 0.4s. The Trident has a 0.4 in it. The only reason it has a 0.4 is because it has an XG hot end, which I don't have a 0.6 for. But when I get the VZBot online at 330, that'll get a 0.6. So my opinion, under 300, you should be running a 0.4. 300 bigger, you should be running a 0.6. And you should be running like 2.4 millimeter layer heights or bigger. Like if you're running a printer that big, you need a bigger nozzle. 0.4 on a printer that big is a waste. There's like no warp at all, which is good to see. Good old blue tape. So fun thing, I gotta start moving prints around, because here's a fun thing. We all print, here's the problem with slicers. I wish there was a plugin. Hi Joe, or anyone from Prusa listening. Put an option in Prusa Slicer to load models randomly on the bed. Because if everyone always prints in the middle of the bed, you're gonna wear out the middle of your bed first. So your PI, your blue tape, or any bed adhesive that you put on. So if you use, some, like I've been using this stuff from Northprint 3D. They're in Canada. It's the guy who sent me the, who I got the Tico from. If you use bed adhesion helper, you spread that out along the whole bed, but then you only ever print in the middle of the bed. So the problem we run into with 3D printing is slicers always put stuff in the middle of the bed. So you wear out the middle of your bed faster. So it'd be nice if there was a plugin that just kind of randomly puts stuff when you load a model, because your printer has the same print quality, unless it's a Delta, technically. But Cartesian printers like this, any printer that moves, in an XY pattern, has technically the same print quality throughout the bed evenly. So you should technically be printing randomly throughout your bed. You should never always be printing in the middle, because you're gonna wear out the middle of your bed first. So it would be nice if that was an option in Slicer to load models randomly instead of always printing in the middle of the bed. Downside of not printing in the middle is heat is concentrated at the middle of the bed. Well, it depends on your heater. It depends on the bed. Like if you're running a 300 millimeter bed with an edge-to-edge heater on it, which you can get, then that's not a thing. And also, if you're running a cast aluminum tooling plate, like if you're running a 8 mil thick Mic 6 plate, and you let that bitch pre-soak for 10 minutes, you're pretty much getting edge-to-edge heating at that point. You might drop off a couple of degrees, but if your prints are failing because a couple degrees, play with your settings so they're not. Most bed slingers don't have parallel beds. Well, we're beyond bed slingers. Nothing against bed slingers. Like my Mark IV works damn good, don't get me wrong. But a well-built bed slinger shouldn't have that issue. Bamboos, yeah, that's actually no joke. The bamboos will wear out the carbon rods in the middle quicker. Like I guarantee it. I really wish. Okay, because I don't. I've only got like 1,000 hours on my bamboo. If anyone in this community is running their bamboos hard, like a bamboo or any machine with carbon fiber rods, especially a bamboo because they use the bushings. If anyone in this community is running their bamboos hard, I'm talking in like a print farm type scenario where you're running that machine. Okay, you're getting your value out of that machine. If anyone with one of those machines has a micrometer, okay, do I have a micrometer up here? Okay, yeah, so, ooh, my battery dead on this? Yeah, battery's dead on this. I use my USB stick to open up a battery compartment. let's see here. So I don't know if I have enough wear on mine to measure it, because I could be that guy. Okay, yeah, this battery's fine. Okay, so this is a micrometer, okay? So this will measure down. So this is my Mitutoyo micrometer, okay? So I'm an inch guy. I like measuring stuff in inches, but for you metric folks out here, the good thing with digital is you push a button and it switches between the two. Piece of paper. Need to clean it. There we go. Okay. This will measure down to 0.001 millimeters. Okay. So that. Okay. So at the very edge, .979 millimeters. This is gonna be annoying. In the middle, .997. Ooh. .970. Really? 9.97. Okay, 9.980. You know, when you're this tight, it's always going to be a pain, especially on a round thing. 9.972. Okay, ever so slight wear in the middle. Now it's less than 0.01 millimeters, but still. So yeah, anyone with super heavy, like anyone that actually like beats on their bamboo, like actually runs it hard. If you got a micrometer, like a really good micrometer, let me know what you're measuring on your carbon fiber rods across the span. Because if you're always doing this really quick in the middle, you'll wear it out faster than the edge. Those rods are impossible to place. You have to buy the entire XY assembly. You can buy the X gantry. So you get the two rods and the XY joints. It's 80 bucks. And it takes like half a day to replace. You pretty much have to strip the entire machine apart because you got to take all the panels off, unbelt it, take a whole bunch of other stuff off, replace your whole, take the whole tool head apart, replace your XY assembly, and then you can put it back together. So if your XY joint fails, or if any bearing in your XY joint fails, your either of the two bushings on your X-axis fails, or if either of the X rods fail, you have to go through that entire process. So it is repairable, but not in a way that I would prefer. You know, considering the fact if I have if a bearing fails in my XY joint on any of my Vorons, it's a 2-minute fix. If a Y bearing fails in a Prusa, it's a 2-minute fix. You undo a couple screws, you take out the old one, you put in the new one, you put it all back together. Price-wise, it doesn't. Well, that's the thing. Again, the bearings in your XY joints on the bamboo, and also, full disclosure, the Cheaties, the Crealities, they're all pressed in place. Like, they're not user serviceable. So if they fail, you have to replace the entire assembly. And also because they epoxy in the rods for the X-axis into the XY joints. So that means the bushings are stuck there. So you can't just like slide the rod out, slide a new rod in. You have to replace the entire assembly. We rebuilt the tool head on one of my bamboos on a live stream. The one where, you know, the thermal runaway I thought failed because they thought it took 3 minutes was an acceptable time limit. That took like an hour and a half just to replace the tool head. Now imagine also rebuilding the entire machine. It's a whole day project. For machine targeted at the average consumer, having to disassemble a car so is not user friendly. It's not. They don't want you to do it. They want you to either return the machine or buy a new one. Because if you were running these machines in a production environment and all of a sudden you had a machine down for the day, most people would see it more economical to just replace the machine. And then remember, the average person into 3D printing, I've done polls on my YouTube channel. I've done a poll with over 1,000 entries. The vast majority of people in 3D printing, over half of them print less than a spool a month, and 90% print less than 5 spools a month. So, have I had a bearing fail? I've had bearings fail. On the machines that I actually put heavy use on, I've seen bearings fail. When I've rebuilt, the thing is I've rebuilt my heavy use Vorons often enough that when I do the rebuild, I replace any bearings I think are suspect. I've only actually had bearings explode less than a half dozen times. But again, the vast majority of the time, if a bearing fails, it's a 2-minute fix. You loosen the belt, you undo a screw, you take the old bearing out, you put the new bearing in, you tighten the screws back down, you tighten your belts, you're good to go. Mine's measuring 392 thou from center to edge, and you've ran it a bit. Okay. Like, you have to run it a lot. Like, I've seen some videos of like the tool heads actually like vibrating. They're so loose, but I don't know if that's the rod disintegrating or the bearings, because they use brass bushings. They don't use bearings. You can't use bearings on carbon fiber. You need a bushing. Stealth printer is what, 8 screws total? Yeah, and it's fully user serviceable. Like, I've had like, you know, wires break and it's like, okay, that's, you know, half hour to fix it. Like there's a certain thing when it comes to user serviceability that you just can't beat with an open source printer. That's the second mosquito in here. They gotta, you know what it is? The problem is I've got all the lights in here. I've got studio lights on in here. So any little gap in the garage door, all the mosquitoes are finding it because they see the light from the outside. So I gotta redo all the freaking weather stripping on the garage door. That sucks. I gotta do that for the winter. Idler bearings on the X go for my Prusa. Yep. And also any bearing that's a pin bearing, which is all the bearings in a bamboo, are gonna have less service life than any bearings that are like spherical bearings. That's why on the Vorons I build, unless it's a kit, then I use what comes with the kit. But I like to use the dual F695 bearings instead of the tooth idlers for the XY joint, because the tooth idlers are pin bearings. They don't have the same user serviceability. Slice Engineering sending all the mosquitoes as revenge. I don't know. I've talked to what's his name, the Slice guy, a few times. I personally have nothing against Slice. They're business doing business things. Do I, you know, am I gonna spend my money with them? I don't think it's worth it. But I've got nothing against the people that work there. I've had a chat with Dan. He's an okay guy. I got nothing against him personally. But that's me speaking as me. I don't speak on behalf of the Voron team. Needle bearings. Or pin bearings. So, let me find a pin bearing. Okay, these. These are the kind of bearings you see in a tooth idler. Okay, so these bearings right here are the type of bearings you see in a tooth idler versus a like F695 bearing. You see these where you got the balls, right? You got the balls and you got the grease in there, right? These types of bearing, wow, there's another mosquito. Holy shit, so many mosquitoes in here. These types of bearings tend to last longer than pin bearings. At at the size we're dealing with. Small pin bearings, especially cheap ones, tend not to last that long. And by last that long, they could last 1,000 hours. They could last 10,000 hours. But on average, they will explode more often than spherical bearings. For those that were around in the V2.0 days, F693 bearings, which are used in V0, by the way, were used in V2. They exploded all the friggin' time because they just could not handle the loads of a full-size Core XY. So they couldn't handle the weight, like the tensioning of the belts. They couldn't handle those loads, and they couldn't handle the speed loads. They failed. They just exploded all the time. As someone who has exploded multiple tooth pulleys, none of them were pin bearings. They had 2 mini ball bearings, assembly, just tiny ones. Which ones were they, JAT? Because here's the thing, it's been a while since I've taken some apart. Like back in the day when I was taking these apart, like they were all, a lot of them were tooth. But I don't know the status of like what current kits are shipping with. I know the LDO ones I think are ball, but I think a lot of the cheap ones are pin because of the size. It depends also on the size. It depends on the OD and the ID, because some of them you don't have the room. But either way, because it's a tooth, you're sacrificing what could be beefier bearings for teeth, essentially. The form bot ones are ball. Okay, so that's different because the original form bot ones I looked at from a kit years ago were pin. So all of them are ball. Okay. They're still smaller though, right? Because you get teeth or you get bigger bearings. And I'm personally a big fan. I'm like, you guys have been watching the channel long enough. I'm a big fan of just, you know, beef. Extruders use pin bearings. Yeah, extruders use pin bearings for the most part, but you're usually not seeing the high speeds with a extruder or the loading. Tiny and weak, not anything. A strong stack bearing approach. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm like, even if you are using ball, you have less room for the balls, so you're gonna have smaller balls, and smaller balls are never good. Just ask your mom. So yeah, Ken's got the right idea. But yeah, I'm like, here's the thing. I'm a big fan of Remember, for the Speed Demon folks out there who like to push the printers to the edge, if I'm printing something that's 24 hours, if I'm printing a 24-hour print, and there's a 5% chance it fails or 0% chance it fails, but that 24-hour print becomes a 30-hour print, I will print it 30 hours every time. Because if it fails once, that's a full day I've wasted. Like, I tune my printers for reliability. I will gladly sacrifice a print finishing a couple hours sooner for the fact that it will always finish. I'm not a speed demon because I run my printers at known speeds that I know work reliably and consistently. And I also have the luxury of having multiple printers. So if I'm working on a big project, I can just load them all up. But I'd rather have everything finished exactly the way I want every time than wake up one morning to spaghetti or a layer shift. So yeah. You're still gonna run the VZ balls to the walls, right? The VZ bot, I will run it at whatever the recommended specs are for it. So the plan with the VZ bot is currently gonna replace my Trident because my Trident is a Physec kit and it's been having issues. Why do I got so many flipping mosquitoes in here? I probably had so much blood drank from me because I've killed 2 mosquitoes and they're like full of blood. So you know they've been enjoying partaking of my bodily fluids, just like a mom. But the Physec is probably going to get replaced with the VZBot, simply for the fact the Physec has been really finicky lately. I've been having issues with the extruder on it because it's the gearing and whatnot has not been quite good. According to the 80XL, whatever the VZBot people think the VZBot 330 should run at, I will run it at. Take care, pathetic Puma. And by the way, you're not pathetic. Now I need to get some like linseed oil and stain this, but I don't want to take the screws out. So I need to find an oil that won't like damage the screws or stain the screws. I don't think I have any stickers for this. UV light mosquito trap in there. I shouldn't have to. I'm in an enclosed garage. I think it's just the fact there's a few. Yeah. Oh man, I could see them all up on the ceiling right now by the lights. The fact that I'm running like a bunch of studio lights out here, it's been super wet the past couple days because of the storms. And there's like a few gaps in the garage door that I got to seal up. So they're seeing the little holes in the light and they're going towards the light and they're getting in here. So that's getting really annoying, all the mosquitoes in here. Because usually I don't have a mosquito problem in here, obviously. And weather it. I don't want to weather it. I want to seal it so it doesn't like, this is going to go inside. By the way, after like today, after I'm going to print a couple things, this is going to go inside. So how's the ringing? Not actually that bad. I think the problem is there's so many things that can cause issues on this printer. I don't know what is doing it. Like a big problem this machine has is it has MXL belts, which leave a pattern in the print. So that could show up as you could think it's ringing, but it's actually like the print. So. What's even worse is I'm out of whiskey. But I do have this. I mean, it's 99%. As long as I dilute it enough, we should be okay, right? I think this beats some 2023 machines. I mean, you know, there are some machines that have come out in the past year that if you came up to me like, hey, do you want an Ultimaker original or do you want this? I would take the Ultimaker. Ethanol or methanol? I don't know. What is ISO? ISO is ISO, right? That's one weird fan duct. Yeah, this was back in the day before we realized blowers were a good idea. And we would just use, you know, radial fans with a big ass duct. The problem with a radial is you don't have the static pressure, so you lose a lot to these. Bamboo had the X1 with sealer. Well, the problem is, the problem is the X1 by itself was a really shitty printer in the market, because the X1 carbon was not that much more and came with a lot more. And then you had the P1P, which is a heck of a lot less and was almost as good. So it was the weird, like, red-headed stepchild of the Bamboo family. Like, that's why they stopped making it. Even I think the P1P even has carbon fiber rods, if I'm not mistaken. Cool flip. You misread the comment. The X1 was not a crappy printer. It just did not have it was a crappy set in the lineup because it was ever so slightly cheaper than a machine that was a much better value than it. And it was way much more than a machine that was almost as good as it. It was the machine to drive you over the edge. It's a thing in marketing where you have a thing in a lineup that is only existent to make you buy the more expensive or the more cheaper thing. Like it's a paper launch. It's a machine that's not really meant to sell. It's meant to drive you to the next one. So you go, you know, it's like a video card. It's like, oh, I could buy this video card. It's $800. But this one's $900, but it's almost twice as good. So why would I buy the $800 one? That machine, that thing is only there to make you easier to justify because you've already passed the $600 one, right? You're like, well, you know, I want a little bit more than this one. I'll spend a bit more, but this one's only a little bit more than that, so I'll go to that. Yeah, the X1 made no sense, and there's a reason they discontinued it. Like, even I was saying that back then. There was no point anchoring. Yeah, that's what it is, anchoring effect. I think I've heard that term before. Price anchor, yeah. Probably retool it. I don't think they even bothered retooling. I think they only had like just, you know, a limited production of it. And then what they did was all the enclosures that they found in the back of the shop, they found them again. And they put them on the P1P and called it the P1S. What do we got in the fridge? I don't think I have anything in the fridge. I think I'm all out. Yeah, we're all out. Oh, do I try? Oh, I can't believe I still have some of these. Beer doesn't go bad, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. That depends. Well, we'll find out in a second here. I need a bottle opener because I don't think this is a twist top. Nope, that's not a twist top. If it's cooled, it lasts pretty long. Well, it's been cooled, so. Bottle opener. Gotta have a bottle opener somewhere. Oh, well, we're at 3 hours. I've lost the headphones. How do I not have a bottle opener? Oh, wait. Nope, that ain't gonna work. I'm not gonna mention what this is until I know it's good. It smells okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I've had these for like over a year. That's all I'm gonna say. Actually, not bad. Alexander Keith's Brewery, Lunenburg Coffee and Cocoa Stout. That's actually not bad. Actually, that's pretty good. Those have been sitting in my fridge for a year because I tried one once and I was like, eh. 1 to 2 years ain't no biggie for a beer. That's good. I bought these before my kids was born, or before my kid was born. I literally thought the box was empty. I've got like 2 or 3 in there. Logging off. Take care. Make sure you entered for the contest, because they're doing the draw in whenever this print finishes. We're running Cura. We're running Cura 12.1 from 2012. I'll have a coffee. Why not both? Actually, this ain't bad at all. It's also 6.5%. Once had some beer. My mom gave me a bottle of soju. No, not soju. Rice wine. Or, what's the Japanese rice wine called? What's it called? Shoot. Sake. That's what it was. So my mom gave me a bottle of sake because she went on a business trip like years ago. Like I was in high school to Japan. And she brought home a bottle of sake. And it was all in Japanese. I didn't know shit about it. And she had it for years. And then she's like, you can have it. I'm like, cool. So I took it. And then I had it for years. I'm 35. Like my mom went and picked this up like grade 10 or 11 of high school. Like when she went on a business trip. So I finally opened it up like last year one night. Yeah, it was like drinking vinegar. It was not good. I'm like, I've never had sake before. I don't think it's supposed to taste like this. I drank like a little bit. I'm like, nope. Almost lunchtime? You can have a lunchtime beer. I won't tell your boss. Does the screen show any print statistics? That's actually a good question. Let's take a look. So it shows you've got the heater, current XY. You got your percentage and print time. So it does show. It just shows you how long it's been printing for and how far into the print you got, or percentage wise, and that's about it. So yeah, it does show some stuff. Looking good for a first print. Well, this is print number 2. This is print number 2. NX people are hoping I'll join the Discord for. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still waiting on the kit. So the kit is from Fabrico. Once they get a kit. So once I get the kit, we'll see. Because remember, anything I do on this channel and anything I say on this channel is my personal opinion and does not reflect on the Voron team. So if I'm doing anything on this channel, it's because I want to do it. So. Jumps fast. It has 150 millimeter second travel. I don't know what accelerations. Let me see if I can see the accelerations on here. Tune? Control, motion. Accelerations are 4,000. And jerk, okay, so XY accelerations are 4,000. XY jerk is 20. Velocity max for XY max travel is 500 millimeters a second. It's got 4K accels. That ain't bad. 4K accels is not bad. So it is a bit jumpy. I'm running 10K with 500. Yeah, but you're on your Ultimaker? Yeah, like you can tell when it does these little rapids, it actually does book pretty good. Like, again, the reason I wanted the Ultimaker over something like a MakerBot was the motion system. The Ultimaker motion system, like, you could make this a Crow XY. Like, you could double up these motors. Because right now you have one motor for X, one motor for Y. You could double it up easily to have 2 motors for X and 2 for Y and send this thing flying. Like, this is a fast motion system. These motors are getting hot. Ooh. Yeah, these motors are getting hot though. Yeah. This motor is really hot. Like, what is this? The X motor? The Y motor? This is moving that. Yeah, this is the Y motor. This one is, the Y motor is screaming hot. See the whole printer shifting? The printer ain't moving. Charge these back up. Got no headphones. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna check one thing, okay? I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, so I can hear it in the house, but it's not as loud in the house as the Bamboo. Reduce the amps. Yeah, I might do that on the X motor. It's like, these motors are good to about 100 C. Like, you can run your actual stepper motors pretty hot. It's the drivers that when they overheat. Screws are fine. And it is spaced off, but those are plastic spacers. 1, 2, out. Yeah, 2 seconds and it's too hot to hold. It's just a SAM 3XE. This is an Atmel, this is 8-bit. Yeah, it's adjusted in the driver, it's not. Yep, oh I know. You gotta turn the little screw. Looking forward to input shaper results. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Getting the input, I mean, you got screws up top here, so it'll be easy to. Oh, the DaVinci? Oh, okay, yeah, the DaVinci. It's funny, the Monoprice Select Mini I had was 32-bit. You know, Joe Larson has a new set of printed blocks. I gotta look in it. I feel kind of bad because he reached out to me. The printed blocks guy reached out to me a while ago and sent me like a bunch of them to like show off, and I never did because I don't print a lot of things for fun. I print like stuff I use, and I print printers. So I've only recently started doing like projects with my printers. So, you know, with the little guy, I might get into printed blocks and whatnot now that I have an actual reason to. Dropping in some 20. Okay, so here's the thing, Will. I actually have 2208s that are pre-flashed. So, I don't want to set up UART or anything like that on this, right? So on my Voron 2, okay, so the original V2 I had, back when it ran Duet, had an expander board on it. That was a custom, that was designed for the ramps that Andre designed a bridge for it so it would work with Duet. So you can get a Duet 2 and then put this little board on it and get 2 more drivers, much cheaper than a Duet. So I was running 2208s, but the problem is with a TMC 2208s is when you plug them in standalone, like no UART, they default to Stealth Chop. And the problem with Stealth Chop is Stealth Chop isn't happy at high speeds. So I had to limit speeds. But you can OTP them. You can one-time program them with an Arduino and a jumper cable and a bunch of bullshit. You can one-time program them and reflash them so that they will run at spread cycle mode all the time. And I did that. So I have 2 of those that I could drop in here, and I just got to change the jumpers, and they're already tuned for voltage, and I could drop them in here, and it would give me TMC 2209s or 2208s for the XY, and I can do that. And I probably will actually do that at some point, because it's just straight dropping. You pull out the old driver, put in the new. Stealth Chop reduces torque from, yeah, Stealth Chop is quieter, but at the cost of lower torque. So on some machines, what you do is you run Stealth Chop at lower speeds, and then you switch to spread cycle at higher speeds. The problem is, every time you switch between Stealth Chop and spread cycle, you technically have the chance to lose a step. There is a chance, like we're talking even a micro step, but there is a chance every time you switch between spread cycle and Stealth Chop to lose some accuracy of the machine. It might be a single micro step, but there's always that chance. So what you want to do is you really want to run them at one mode only. So either always spread cycle or always Stealth Chop. It'll jump to the nearest step. Is it? Yeah, there was a, what's his name with Clipper, put out a thing explaining the whole thing. So. I've always been a fan of spread cycle. It's quieter than A498s and DRVs, and you get the torque. I really don't care about noise on printers. They're machines. I expect them to make noise. I think it might have been Kevin. Either he did the actual test or he shared it. That actually ain't a bad benchy. I'm not gonna lie. There's some issues with it. It ain't perfect. But I mean, remember, a decade of 3D printing and a benchy is still a benchy. You think this could handle HueForge? I don't see why not. I mean, it's a machine. It does what you tell it to do, and you would be able to interpret the G code. All you got to do is pause it and do a manual filament change, right? What kind of issues have you had with the Trident? So the Trident I have is a 5-set kit. I built it last year or the year before. I can't remember. It's a 350 Trident kit. I've had issues with the bed heater not responding the way I like it to. It's okay now. All the fans on it, every single fan has failed. All the fans have failed. Some of the wiring has failed. Breaks in the XY chain. One of the bearings died, and one of the lead screws is slightly bent. And then right now the issue I'm having with it is the grub screw in the extruder has stripped. So I gotta like drill it out and rebuild the extruder on it. I'm gonna install a blower on here. I might. We'll see. Actually, how much air is this even moving? Now that I'm stuck in it. I mean, that does have decent airflow. It's just not directed. Were the fans dual ball bearing? I don't know. It's whatever fans the kit came with. I've replaced them all. They're gone. I don't have any of the old fans. They're gone. I threw them out because they all failed. Otherwise, the printer is good. I mean, mechanically, like the rails are fine. The extrusions are fine. The motors are fine. I had to redo a bunch of the wiring. I think I used a bunch of my own wires for it. But that fan is a while ago, or that build was a while ago, so I don't know what they're at now. There wasn't a benchy. The benchy came out in 2015. Really? Well, there you go. There's now a benchy. What's an IDGA kit? I have no idea what an IDGA kit is. Fizek Trident 350 for just over. So for 500 American pesos, you know, you can't really go wrong. Just expect you may have to replace the fans and some of the electronics. Also, the Fizek kit comes with a spider. The early spiders had issues. I think they've worked them out now. But yeah. Integrated drive gear assembly from Bontech. Okay, there you go. Personally, like, I'm a fan of just buying like an orbiter, or actually, I really like the LDO orbiter. Is a really nice set. I'm just a fan of the small, compact, off-the-shelf extruders now, instead of assembling something. Like, don't get me wrong, the afterburner, you know, works. The clockwork too works fine. But if I could just slap an orbiter on it and call it a day, or an LGX light or something, I'm kind of a fan of doing that now. It's just a little bit easier, a little bit, you know, most of the printers all support it now, so it's just, you know, easier to just slap it on and call it a day. And if anything goes wrong, it's an actual, like, manufactured item. You can get warranty support. Wow, that's a boat. Is that fan duct melting at all? No, we're good. Like, it does move a decent amount of air. Like, you can feel air, but the problem is it's just kind of like bleh. There's like no direction to it. So this is a 1 hour and 7 minute benchy. So all we got to do is reduce the time by about a quarter or 3/4 and we'll be good. That's extrude, that's retract. Okay, there we go. It is a boat. Cool. Look at that, the printer does printer things. Okay. What are we gonna set this up to print overnight? Would you look at that? It is a benchy. Look at that overhang. Actually, look at that front overhang. Like there's little, you know, bits and bobs of string. Like, it's not perfect, don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near perfect. But that front window overhang, even the rear one, like, that ain't bad. Not bad for a decade-old machine. Okay, load model. Let's find me. Tower, Nero 3D, 3D models. Nero 3D. Oh, there we go. Desktop. Okay. Prepare print. I don't think there's brims. Is brim an option? Enable skin. Is there... Exterior only is most commonly used setting design. Well, we'll see what this decides to spit out. RC8. RC is usually release candidate. Raft. I don't want to print with a raft. I would like a brim. But is there a skirt setting? I don't see skirt. Is there a skirt? I don't see skirt. Travel that. Enable skin and... Oh, skirt. Okay, line count. Okay, I see. So 0 and 10. Okay, so we stop that. Prepare print. Starting. Honestly, like for comparison, because we can do this. Tico, Ultimaker. Tico, Ultimaker. It's amazing what having a part cooling fan does to a print. It's taking its sweet time to slice that. $10 brim sounds excessive. Well, remember, we don't have a heated bed, so I'll take all the help I can get. It takes 2 extra seconds to do an extra couple mil of a brim. Kind of silly machine as old prints well. Well, here's the thing, remember, not a lot has really changed in 3D printing, mechanically. NEMA 17 motor, a block of metal that gets hot, some fans, we got some belt, and a lead screw that make the bed go up and down. Like, mechanically, this machine isn't that out of date. Like, we like Quark's Y now, but you still have 2 motors that make your XY motion in a square frame machine that, you know, this part is kind of annoying, but you could put a drag chain on here and close this in a top hat if you really wanted to. Like, this machine's actually pretty space efficient. This machine is more space efficient than the Cheaty Smart, and it's smaller. Like, what is funny now that I can actually compare these. Remember, for those at home that don't know the history, this machine right here, well, actually not this machine, the Ultimaker 2 and 3, are pretty much what led to Voron. A Voron 1.0, the Voron, was designed to be a machine that could compete with these machines, that was completely open source, and you're able to self-source and build at home using off-the-shelf components, not requiring any special components like laser cut frames and whatnot. So now I actually have the machine that inspired the original Voron and an original Voron, basically. So, oh, we're done slicing. Are we done slicing? It crashed Kira. Okay. It crashed Kira. That's good. That's good. It crashed Kira. We'll give it one more try. One more try. Okay. Load model. There's me. Okay. So we want to do skirts. 10 skirts. 0 spacing. Support. Exterior only. Okay. Prepare model. Prepare print. Try the mesh complexity. The mesh ain't that complex. It should be able to handle it just fine. Did Voron ever build a printer from plywood? No. No. Aluminum extrusions were what Voron went to. Because the whole point of the original Voron 1, which is what it became, was basically a machine of the same class of machine as an Ultimaker, using completely off-the-shelf open source components. So not requiring anything custom and using stuff you can buy from pretty much anywhere. That was the whole point of Voron back in the day. Memory allocation. I've got 16 gigs of RAM here. I've got 16 gigs of RAM in an i3 12100. This machine ain't hurting for power compared to, you know, this thing is a supercomputer compared to what was around in 2012. Like in 2012, you had an i5 2500K if you were, you know, was the go-to. Any possibility of reviewing the G-Tech Alcade? What the frick is a G-Tech Alcade? I've currently got a thing against G-Tech. G-Tech has reached out to me several times and I've turned them down every time. Alcade. It's a generic resin printer. It'll be the same as every other generic printer. They all use the same controller boards. These resin printers are the same as all other resin printers. There's really nothing special about them. They all use the same Cheeto boards and screens. $100? Okay, $100 ain't bad. No, I don't want to sign up for your stupid thing. So $100 ain't bad, but it's gonna be an older style resin printer. If you're looking for, you know, $100 ain't bad. It's got a small, what, 6-inch screen? So, oh, that's a small screen. That is a small screen. It's a 6-inch screen. Pull out your phone, that's your print volume. Look at your phone screen, that's your print volume. Like if you're looking for a very, very small, like there's your print volume. If you're looking for a very small resin machine, it probably ain't bad. Probably you could do worse, you could do better. But for $100, honestly, personally, get like something like anything from Anycubic or Elegoo before getting something like that. And only get into resin if you can justify getting into resin. Resin by itself, like, yeah. If you can justify resin, you get a resin, but most people don't need resin. And it crashed again. Okay. That sounds like a problem for future me. We'll fiddle with this tomorrow. Because there's mosquitoes everywhere out here. So, off. Off, off. That's off. Okay, we're gonna call it there. Because there's mosquitoes all over this garage. I'm looking up at the ceiling and they're all hanging out by the LED light over there. So I wanna get out of here before I get eaten alive. So what I'm trying to figure out is I have all these extra screws. I don't know where these were supposed to go, but I have them now. We put it all together. So now I have extras. Okay, whatever. This was fun. This was a fun series. We'll do one more stream on this at some point in the future where we put Clipper on this. That will probably be the last thing I do on a stream with this. The rest will probably be videos because, you know, hi, I do videos occasionally on this channel sometimes, maybe somewhat. Look at the numbers. Every other 3D printing YouTube channel has had shit numbers for views on videos lately. I've got no drive to do videos right now. YouTube is hammering videos on 3D printing right now. Like, even people that usually do good numbers on videos are not doing good numbers on videos. So maybe if YouTube, you know, starts actually rewarding me for doing videos, I'll do videos. But so this will, I'll be fiddling with this. You'll see some stuff on Twitter and the Discord. But we'll come back to this in like 2 weeks. We'll put Clipper on it. How so? Oh, just numbers are down. Like view counts are down. It's not worth it. So the plan is for the next week, Tuesday will be VZBot, that guy. Friday, we're gonna unbox a Kingroon KLP1 because I have it right here. So we're gonna unbox that and take a look at that. And then Saturday will be the community contest. So the community contest, community challenge stream was supposed to be yesterday. I didn't have power, which I kind of need to run a live stream. So we're gonna do that next Saturday night. So that way I can run late because we're gonna have there's a ton of entries already. So yeah. So that is for the next week. And then next Saturday, we might put Clipper on this. We're gonna start playing around with Tallboy too. Tallboy is in the docket to come up once either this series or the VZBot is done. Tallboy is getting upgrades. It's getting CNC tap and some mods for the XY gantry and whatnot because Tallboy deserves to be used. So yeah, get sponsored by. If I don't have power, I don't have internet. So having a Jackery ain't gonna help with that. So we're gonna call it there. So before we end though, we gotta do some giveaways. So let's load up some filament. Or Wheel of Names. Wheel of Names? Wheel of Names. And then next week, it'll be during the day. So before 2 p.m. EST, will be the members only live stream. So every month, we do a live stream with members of the channel. This week I kind of got screwed because two things. One, second playthrough of Baldur's Gate and then Armored Core. But then also my power being out kind of screwed because I actually wanted to do it on Thursday night, but I had no power. So I didn't because there was like, oh, the power's gonna go out. And I'm like, maybe I won't announce it and we'll see. And sure enough, the power went out for 16 hours. So either Wednesday or Thursday this week, probably around 11 a.m. EST, we'll have a nice little 1 to 2 hour members only stream. We'll faff about, we'll figure something to do. Powered by its own backup. Usually, but not. I'm on Ethernet fiber and it went down. My neighbor has a generator. As soon as the power went out, he turned his generator on, tried to get internet, and it didn't work. So our system, when the power goes out, the power goes out. Somebody give me a number. I need a number between, I don't know, what this part 4. Give me a number between 1 and 4. 1 and 4. Everyone spam a number. It helps the YouTube algorithm. And also like the smash button. 2. 1, 2. Boom. There's that one number. There's always one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right there. Right there. Right there. See it? There's always that odd color one. Oh. So close. Rocket. So let me find you here. Rocket, congratulations, Rocket. You have won yourself a spool of filament. I will do that after the stream. So you will get an email from me after the stream ends with information on how to collect your filament from Polymaker. So yeah, congratulations. Everyone golf claps in chat. So that is that. I'm actually no joke impressed with this. Like, there's room for improvement, but it ain't bad. And the improvement is easy. This is why I don't review printers, because let's be honest, most if a printer from a decade ago, over a decade, this is a 2011 design, it's 2023, right? Can do that. Come on, focus. If a printer from 11 years ago, over 11 years ago, okay, 12 years ago, can do this in an hour. That's why reviewing printers is hard. That's why you can't look at prints. Because guess what? Any printer can do a good benchy. As long as you take the time to tune a profile and you have a good slicer profile, any printer can print good. So any review where you just look at the print quality of a printer is bullshit. Which is, you know, I hate doing reviews because it's all about quality of life and ease of use and serviceability. And nothing annoys me more than the day an embargo lifts and it's, here's the demo prints the printer ships with, and this is how you use the printer, and here's the spec sheet. Here's my review. That's not a review. Never call any of my live streams a review. They're not reviews. It's hard to review a printer nowadays because the standard of a shitty printer is so much better than a good printer from 5 years ago. Like it's even the Tico. Okay, it's the Tico. It's got it's got strobing lights. This doesn't have strobing lights. The Tico has strobing lights. First impressions, yeah. Never call your first impression. I rushed this video out to be the first video out to a review. Don't. And never call any of my unboxing live streams a review. Oh, Michael is. Oh, everyone. Hi, Michael A. You're watching the stream on a delay. Everyone, Michael A. is watching the stream on a delay. So everyone at Michael A. You're watching the stream on a delay. Are we gonna end it there? Are we gonna end it there? Are we gonna do some Nero After Dark? Or are we gonna end it there? I think we're gonna end it there. I'm getting tired. Do I want to go play Armored Core? So update. I don't have the gaming channel up yet. I don't have no plans to do a gaming channel ever. Baldur's Gate, 2 full playthroughs. Play it. If you have not played it, play it. And now that I'm waiting on some patches. There's 2 more playthroughs I want to do, but I'm waiting on patches to re-implement some stuff that isn't fully implemented. So while that's going on, I'm playing Armored Core. God, it feels good. I haven't played an Armored Core game since Armored Core 4. And my first PlayStation 2 game was Armored Core 2. And I beat that whole thing without a memory card. I rented that game, and I had to play all of Armored Core 2. I left the PlayStation on for a week. The PlayStation 2 on for a week because I didn't have a memory card. I had to rent that. I'm still on Act 1 of Baldur's Gate 3. Keep playing, John. It's good. It's so good. Act 1 is the best act. Act 1, okay, it's Baldur's Gate. It is 3 games in 1. Okay, I haven't seen people really. Okay, here, let me turn the light off. We're in after hours. Okay, stream's over. We're shooting the shit. Okay, so we're in. Wait, that's not the light I'm supposed to hit. This is the light I'm supposed to hit when we're in Nero After Dark. There we go. There we go. Okay, Nero After Dark. Ooh, that's too light. Maybe it was that light. Keep this light on. There we go. Okay, so Baldur's Gate. okay? 3 acts, Nero After Dark. Yeah, we do this sometimes where we just run the stream late and then we just shoot the shit and everything's off the cuff. Yeah, the spooky lady, or actually that's how I did it. Where is that? That's how we do it. I'm trying to remember it because there's a certain lighting I have for Nero After Dark. Turn that on. That goes there. These go off. And then this goes off. So it's only front lighting off. There we go. That's Nero After Dark. Okay. So why are you on motion sense mode? Turn off. There we go. So Baldur's Gate 3 is 3 acts, but it's like 3 different games. Okay. Act 1 is turn the Tico light. I gotta plug it in at some point. The Tico is gonna go downstairs. That's why I haven't plugged it in. Act 1 is multiple choice. Okay, it's you have several ways to get to the Act 1 or the end of Act 1. And Act 1 was early access, so they had 3 years to dick around with Act 1. And you can go you can be good, you can be evil, you can be a little bit of both. There's several different ways you can get to the end of Act 1, and it's very like, you go this way, you go this way, you go this way, you can kind of go this way, but a little bit of this way at the end. It's really good. Act 2, pretty much the start and the end are pretty much the same. There's different routes throughout the act, but they all kind of do this, okay? So you can go this way to there, or you can go this way to there, you can go this way to there. But Act 2 is kind of like a more self-contained story than Act 1. Like you're hitting the same story points in Act 2, but you can do different things at each story point, right? But you still kind of start and end the act in the same way. Act 3 is open world, and it's really weird when you first play it the first time because it's not done. There's a whole section of the city of Baldur's Gate that's missing, which kind of breaks some of the companions, like Karlach. Her ending is shit, spoilers, because there's a whole bunch of her ending that was supposed to take place with stuff that takes place in the upper city that's not in the game. And that was exercised out near last minute, apparently. If you're familiar with Larian Games, they put out like a definitive edition of their game, usually like a year after the game comes out, and it basically fixes everything. So I'm kind of waiting on that. There's also like, if you play the character like really evil, you miss so much of the game because like a lot of the characters that trigger quests and events in Act 2 and 3, you can, if you're evil in Act 1, they just don't exist anymore. So in Act 2 and 3, you have much less to do, which is kind of shitty. But you don't want to hurt the NPC's fifis, so I don't play bad people. It's like Mass Effect. That was one of the things that they took away from Mass Effect. One of the big developers on Mass Effect did an interview after, and it's like, yeah, we put all this work into doing like renegade choices, and like 10% of, or 16% of people play renegade. So yeah, so now I'm playing Armored Core, which I wish I had more buttons on a keyboard and mouse. Because, oh my god, that game, you need all the buttons for that game. And then the best part about Armored Core 6 is half the people who are angry about the game and give it bad reviews couldn't beat the first tutorial boss. And you know it's a FromSoft game. So I might go play some of that tonight. Yeah, the helicopter at the end of the tutorial level is a gatekeeper. But then you get to Baltrius or whatever, the Act 1 final boss, and that is a skill check. That boss is a skill check. And then that's before you get, you know, to Melania, the missile bitch. Because there's like, yeah, there's skill checks in Armored Core. There are straight up skill checks that aren't hard if you approach it from the right way. My last character in games is evil. I can never do evil characters. Even like I beat Baldur's Gate as my generic. I'm just gonna play through the game blind, and when I get to the end, I get to the end. Usually a good way. And then I'm like, I'm gonna play the Dirge, the Dark Urge character, which is like a character designed to have like a dark background, and you're supposed to be evil. And I'm like, I want to be the good guy. Which actually, Dark Urge Baldur's Gate playthrough, redeemed Dark Urge, really good story. Really good story. You need to step back and evaluate their build. It's all about, it is. That's one of the things with FromSoft kind of takes the same approach like Larian in Baldur's Gate 3. It's $100 to respec your character in Baldur's Gate. It costs you nothing to take your character, completely respec it, change class, change everything. It's $100 in the game. You get money left and right, right? So it costs nothing. Like any other like World of Warcraft is a decent amount of money to respec your character. Baldur's, you know, other games it would cost you real money to respec your character. Baldur's Gate is like, yeah, whatever. Armored Core is the same. When you buy an item in the shop, if you don't like the item, you sell it back to the shop for the same price you paid for it. There's really no disincentive to just buy everything. If you need more money, just replay missions. Replay missions. And the missions are short. Just replay a mission over and over until you get enough money to buy everything, and then go into a mission. Halfway through the mission, you realize your build's not working. You go to the last checkpoint. You can rebuild your mech and just continue with everything you have. Like, the game has no problem with you trying different things and not punishing you for trying different things. Like, it's so nice that like halfway through a mission, you realize you get to the boss and you're just dying. You're like, I don't want to play through the mission. Well, you can just go back to the checkpoint that's right before the boss, completely reassemble your mech, different loadout, different weapons, different gear, anything you already own, you can just try again. And it's like, yeah, just go for it, go for it, go for it. Because the whole point of the game is having fun. Which is so satisfying compared to like, you know, I'm so glad I didn't get back into WoW. I didn't get into Diablo or any of these like stupid free to play or like carrot and stick bullshit games. I'm so happy I don't play any of them anymore. Or proof that game as soon as I make good games. The thing is though, here's the thing. The shitty thing is those games will get amazing. Those games will get perfect scores. They'll get amazing scores. They'll get game of the year. But Diablo 4 will still make more money because those games rely on whales, and there are some people that have no Genshin Impact. Was it Bubble Pop or whatever the King? What was it? King Games or whatever they make the cell phone games make more money than any AAA studio game will ever make. Call of Duty, yeah. Call of Duty has cat people in it. Call of Duty has like, was it Dua Lipa or whatever, or Iggy Azalea or whatever. I'm like, I watched the video, I'm like, what the fuck? So autosaves can be annoying, especially. John, you're playing Baldur's, you're not hitting F5 every 5 seconds in Baldur's Gate. What are you doing? I hit like F5 every 5 seconds in Baldur's Gate. Must be wearing everything. The thing is though, Sean, there are people that drop money on these games left and right. That's the problem with the gaming industry nowadays. It's just, there is the incentive to take the time and make a good game. The problem is it's like movie studios. There's no point in coming out with your low budget rom-com because you make so much more on your big budget whatever. That's all they focus on is what they know will sell. You're on a Steam Deck, no F5. Okay, that might be it. Bind it to something. Literally, like Baldur's Gate, the keyboard for Baldur's Gate is this. You play and you're like, okay, I'm playing F5. Oh, I don't like that, F8. Like that is how you play Baldur's Gate. You have F5 and F8 on a quick bind. And I hit F5, so I refreshed it, so I can't see chat. 1 second here. Load back up. Let me see my chat. There we go. There's my chat. Live chat. There we go. Waiting on Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Trail, you won't have to wait as long. So the thing with Larion's one of those cool old school studios. So like, hey, co-op, split screen. The problem is Xbox has the Xbox Series S with a weak underpowered sauce. And Xbox has a thing where you are not allowed to release a game on the Xbox system unless the game is fully featured on both the Series S and the Series X. Okay, so you have like the weak pinner budget one, and then you have the Series X, which is like the full power one. So the problem is you're not allowed to release a game unless all the features are fully supported on both. You have to have feature parity between both. And when you run split screen, you're running the game twice. You're rendering everything twice. Baldur's Gate is a pretty intensive game because there's a shit ton, especially in Act 3, there is a shit ton of NPCs on screen. So the Xbox version was delayed till next year because Larion's like, we pretty much have to rebuild the entire game for Xbox, so it's low on our priorities, we'll push it to next year. And then Xbox went, that game hit 800,000 live players on Steam. Maybe we should actually not force them to do this. So they kind of went and like, oh, we'll bend the rules a bit. You can drop split screen. So now the game will come out this year on Xbox, which is good. But it's hilarious watching like on Twitter all like the Xbox PS3 people being all like pissy about it, like having pissing matches. Like I seen a thing where you can preload Starfield now on Xbox or PS3 or whatever. You can preload Starfield now on Xbox, and then Baldur's Gate 3 won't be available for preload on PS5 until like 3 days before the game goes live. And somebody tried to make like, oh, maybe Larion's having issues trying to get the game live, like, you know, trying to get it for PlayStation. Maybe PlayStation has issues for programming. And a developer for Baldur's Gate is like, no, we like having all the patches out. So because the game is live on PlayStation or console or computer, we're actively developing the game still and fixing stuff. So we're waiting to put it live until all the patches are out. Because on PlayStation, it's like harder to release patches, or it's like it's more work. So like, yeah, we're not gonna put it for preload until we have as much fixed as we can, because, you know, you learn stuff when you have 1,000, you know, 100,000 plus people playing it. So like, yeah, we're just taking more time to polish it. It's like, okay, if your game's done, it's a Bethesda game. I'm waiting on the bugs. Which, I don't know about you, I have zero hype for Starfield at all. Absolutely zero hype. I know nothing about Starfield. Like, I follow video games. Don't get me wrong, I still follow video games. I don't play them as much as I used to, but like, I still follow video games. I know, what is Starfield? It's Skyrim in space with guns. I don't know anything about the plot of Starfield. I don't know anything about the characters of Starfield. Explore the galaxy and planets. Cool. Okay, that's whatchamacallit. What's the game that came out like 7 years ago? No Man's Sky. Okay, it's No Man's Sky. Oh, I don't know anything about Starfield. Like, I don't know. I have no hype for Starfield at all. Remember Destiny? I played Destiny 1. My PS4 is the Ice Destiny Edition. So I've got the white Destiny Edition PS4. That is my PS4. I don't have a PS5. And I have no plans of buying any new consoles anytime soon because I got a computer. Starfield is out. Honestly, the plan is I'm going to play Armored Core 6 for a while. Hopefully beat that. Armored Core 6 is not a long game. You can beat it in a day, apparently. But the whole thing with Armored Core is replaying everything to get higher rankings, and apparently it's like Nier Automata where you have to like beat the game like 3 or 4 times to get the proper ending. But like literally I'm waiting on more patches for Baldur's Gate to play one more. I want to do at least one more playthrough of Baldur's Gate, And then I want to do Cyberpunk because I've never actually beaten Cyberpunk, and I'm waiting on the expansion to do that. Starfield, I'll probably play Starfield at some point, but I'm in no rush. I have no hype for it. Like, I seen a thing where it's like, oh, the game doesn't begin until you beat the game. I'm like, It's like, no, I like stories in game. Games where it's just wander around and dick around for like, if I want to just wander around and dick around in a game and just kind of fiddle about, I'll play Skyrim. And I haven't fired up Skyrim in half a decade. Looking forward to Half-Life 3. I'm actually, look, I've been playing Half-Life 2 in VR. There's a mod for Half-Life 2 in VR. It's a little janky, but it's fun. EVE Online would be so awesome if shift controls ever got over. They'd have to rebuild the whole game. When I played EVE Online, like, you still, is it still basically select a thing and then orbit? And that's pretty much it? Isn't EVE Online like free to play with like microtransactions now too? Watched. Yeah, I finally seen the D&D movie the other day too. Now that I've played Baldur's Gate, it's like, oh, I'm watching the D&D movie, and it's like they mentioned Baldur's Gate and like the Harpies. I'm like, I know those people. I know that reference. Or Harper, sorry. Not a fan of the orbit system. Yeah, I know. Like when I played EVE Online, Bob was still around. It's been that long. Like, I remember when the whole thing with Bob went down. And I'm just in there in Old Man Star in my Tyrannus being a low-sec pirate. So it's been a while since I played EVE. Thing about Bethesda's game. So I've been kind of turned off with Bethesda. The last Bethesda game I bought was Fallout 4, and I played that on. I bought it on launch. I played it for like 3 or 4 weeks off and on, and then I just stopped playing it, and that was it. And I haven't touched a Bethesda game since. Then I put Clipper on. I have not put Clipper, but I did print this boat using Cura 12.1, which is from 2012. So this is Cura. I tried slicing a more intricate model and it kept crashing. Fallout 4 is worse than Fallout 3. Gameplay wise, I think Fallout 4 was better. Story wise, Fallout 3 was better, I think. Put it this way, I put more hours into Fallout 3. The base building. Yeah, the base building was just, why? There's no point. They do stuff like that to try and like sell you on like, it's because they have a store so you can buy add-on stuff for the game, that's why. Last Bethesda game I played was Skyrim. It was funny, I checked it. I have something like 300 something hours in Skyrim since I bought it, according to Steam. I have half that in Baldur's Gate 3 in the past month. and I want to do that pretty much again. So. GTA 4. I don't think I ever played GTA 4. I had GTA 5 on PS3 and I never beat it, and I have no desire to play Grand Theft Auto. But yeah, it's so weird how many games are just like, Banished. I've never heard of Banished. What is Banished? City building strategy game. Oh, okay. I think I know that game. It's like some people play Civ an obscene amount. Officially turns 10. Printed Solid. Happy birthday, Printed Solid. Your neon filament printed quite well, and holy shit, 3mm filament is thick. More on Kerbal. Oh, Kerbal. Oh, KSP2, what a disappointment. I was looking forward to KSP2 when they announced it like 4 years ago. And now not so much. It's kind of funny, I can't hear anything. I don't have headphones in because they died. The stupid AirPods, 3 hours and dead. I should probably start wearing the actual IMEs with the Bluetooth thing that I wear downstairs for the streams out here, because these are the streams that I actually run for longer than 3 hours and move the Bluetooth in there, but I'm too lazy to switch them. Valheim, never played Valheim. This Ultimaker. Well, actually, technically, this one is newer. This kit was made in 2014. So it is an Ultimaker original kit, not an original plus, but it is an original kit, but it's the updated original kit. So this is from 2014 is when it was packaged. But it is the 2011 design Ultimaker original. So it is original, it's just been updated. Like the firmware on here is from 2012. But it actually moves surprisingly. It's got 4K XL, 150 millimeter second travels. Like it's actually surprisingly how good this thing actually is. It needs a direct feed extruder. It needs a proper modern hot end with part cooling that isn't a 40 mil or 50 mil fan kind of bullshitted into a blower, but the capability is there. Firewatch and Ori. I've never played Ori. I've heard about Firewatch. I've never played either of those. I don't play a lot of indie games. The last indie game I played, Stardew Valley, when that was like new for a bit. Also needs a hit bed. Nah. As long as you print PLA, you're okay. If you're just printing PLA, you're fine. I think there's an argument with 2.85 works better in Bowden. I could see that because it's stiffer. So you have less springiness in the system. Even with having a good Bowden tube, you still have more thickness because you got 3 mil filament and then 5 mil of Bowden tube. Or is it 6 mil? How thick are these Bowden tubes? Where's my scale? Where's my vernier? I don't even know. But either way, it's the one downside of 3D printing is your feed material is your flow control. And so that's why it's always better to have your extruder as close as possible to the nozzle, because the more between the push and the melt, the more shit can go wrong, basically. But the problem is once you get to the hot end, this doesn't melt as consistently as 1.75. Like technically the thinner, you would want even thinner than 1.75, but that's not really viable at that point. Because again, your filament is your flow control. So there's like that weird, you want the stiffest filament, you want the stiffest flow control, but you want it the thinnest so it melts quicker and more consistently so you can push it faster. So it's kind of like a weird yes and no type thing. Now that I turn the lights off, the mosquitoes aren't here. Okay, I think we're gonna call it there. What time is it anyways? Yeah, it's 12:20. Yeah, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna go play some Armored Core for a bit. Make 2.85 CHT. The problem is that cold? Yeah, that's cold. I don't think a CHT is dropping it. Well, actually, it's a good thing. I never actually ended up tightening this nozzle. We don't have any ooze, so that's good. But I don't think I can put a CHT in this hot end setup. So yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. We'll probably sit on this printer for a week or two. I'm gonna print a bunch of stuff as is, and then I'm gonna update the firmware to the newest firmware, which is from 2018. and use the newest Cura and print the same things again, just so we can get some accurate comparisons. Basically see how far you can go using the original hardware, the original software, updated versus original, basically. And then in like 2 or 3 weeks, we'll come back to this. We'll put Clipper on it and see if Clipper gives us anything more, because again, 8-bit plus Clipper. So we should be able to actually make this thing boogie pretty quick, if all things are hoping. So again, Tuesday, VZBot, Friday, unboxing a King Rune, Saturday, community contest. If you haven't entered the Discord, join the Discord, link in the description, enter for your chance to win some filament and only Benchy's merch. Of course, it's the Fatus. I put a Revo in here. Actually, Revo 6, heatsink, Hamera heat break, and a V6 block, so I can reuse the heater, because the heater is a 19-volt heater. So that way I can reuse all that. Yeah, that would be fun. So yeah, we're gonna call it there. Shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament we gave away this stream and every stream. Shout out to you guys, because I had to buy this with my own money, which you guys give me because I'm paid by you guys, because that's how it works. And shout out to Printed Solid for hooking me up with a bunch of 3mm filament that was probably collecting dust in the back of the warehouse, so that this thing actually had food to eat. And for those that donated to the stream, gifted memberships to others, or became members of the channel yourself, I thank you. I would not be able to do the things I do, like this, without your continued support. You make it all possible. So I'm gonna call it there. I will see you on Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe out there, wash your hands, and goodbye. And I need to actually get these buttons set up for the proper exit.